If you're the
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per Em Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on.
That's the very funniest thing.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think
Brother,
I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given whereby we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and
changed
Tehuti shook
his
our heads at the
mind.
same time. This is
Tehuti
crazy.
believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites.
Hold on. Okay.
hey, what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to, who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. That's what the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
No, I just want to establish one thing. It's
fine.
Those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what it's like, it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both say at the same time?
Yeah, can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? I want you to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up, no, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? All right. Greetings. Mic check, mic check. We're going to do a couple things here before we get started because this is we're getting the right camera set up. One moment. Everyone press 1 if you can hear me clearly. Press 1 if you can hear me clearly. We're going to do something here. 1 second. Okay, 1 moment. Getting this camera set up properly. Let's see. Yeah, that's covering it. Okay, press 1 if you can hear me. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check. I'm going to put on the background. It's going to be a good one today. Good one today. Awesome. Awesome today. We're just checking the camera. Let me check the comments. This is normal. Okay, we're going to fix the just checking the camera. Let's see everybody here. We're going to fix the camera setting and then we're going to get started. Oh, I see. Here we go. There we go. Awesome. All right, we're looking clear. Looking much better. Wonderful. Actually, we're looking good. Looking very good. Oh, that's good. We don't even need any more. I'll fix it. All right, everyone. We're looking good. We are looking good. Okay. Wonderful. Resolution is good. Resolution is even better. Fixing the resolution. And let's do this here. Okay, we are on. Let me check the room. It's going to be one tonight. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. I see all the great people in here today. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, the teacher of the Tehuti Podclass. On my hat is Charlotte. She's a red knee tarantula from Mexico. And in my hand is the black light Kaibet, all the way from the Philippines. She shines many different colors and is iridescent. These are my animal partners. I was raised up with animals when other children used to go out and play. In the Lego or whatever it is children used to play, I used to go out into the swamps. And I used to wade in the swamps and the lakes and swim with the turtles and the eels and other creatures and just stay there all day and study animals. But that aside, we're going to give a shout out to everybody in the room and then we're going to explain what the Tehuti Podclass is. Let's look in the room and see everybody and give a shout out. Here is somebody that I've invited personally. Finally, I get to see the name of the person. Shout out to We Plant, You Enjoy. Peace and blessings, brother Amenhotep Tehuti Ra. Peace and blessings to you. And as he says every time he comes in the room, which I've heard, this is my first time actually seeing it live, he says, I am Uncle Aten. Okay, wonderful. Peace to Uncle Aten. Another animal man. Greetings and nice to have you here. He's been in the room in the class ever since. I've invited him. Shout out to you. Let's give a shout out to everybody in the room. Let me scroll up and see who is here because it's going to be a good one. Today, we have, of course, the moderators, Nani Aset Mur. Nani Aset Mur says, welcome everyone. Get ready for another Tehuti Podclass. Yes, get ready. We have the other moderator, Unki Ma'at, who says, welcome to tonight's Tehuti Podclass. Let me expand the screen. There we go. I see it much better now. Shout out to the moderators. We have another moderator. We're going to explain the moderators in a moment. And this is Seneti Amun. Greetings, everyone. Thank you for joining the Podclass. Now, we're going to see the other people that are in the room. We have the one and only Danny Salinas, who is a young brother who came across me at the Killer Priest Podcraft when I used to be on there on a regular. He's seen me on there, and it was on and connected ever since. Let's scroll down. So peace to Danny Salinas, peace to you. This is one of the most dedicated students, AJ the Super Mogul, who has been to every Podclass since it began. He has dedicated one-on-one classes with me. Shout out to the brother there. He's a very dedicated student. He is wonderful. And shout out to who I just found out is actually a gentleman, a brother who I knew under another name, and all this time he came under this name. I thought the actual Metter G was not showing up to class often. I didn't see him, but he's actually been here under Kinetic Energy. His name's rhyme. So shout out to Kinetic Energy, who actually sent in a question that I just came across not too long ago. It actually came in the last Podclass, and I didn't see it until just recently. So I'm going to go back and check out that question and go over that one. May even open up with that one. Shout out to Kinetic Energy, also known as Kinetic Nettergy. Shout out to Arcad Infinite, who is another regular who is here all the time. Shout out to Arcad Infinite. And now let's bring in the female energy of students. Shout out to Ashley Too Crafty, the name that rhymes. Ashley Too Crafty. Love and light sent to the goddesses of Tehuti, Saba, Tehuti, and all Podclass family. Thank you, Ashley Too Crafty, to the goddesses that can hear as I'm talking. Ashley Too Crafty is giving a shout out to you and to the whole family. That includes the young gods and the goddesses, the netters, and all of us over here. Shout out to the family, which includes, of course, Black Light and the other hotel aspects of the family. Here is another aspect of female energy who has been here every single Podclass, I believe, since I've started. Actually, it's been to every single Killer Priest show. I don't know if she's there now, but at least when I was there, she was there for everyone. She was the moderator. She followed me over here, has been here ever since, and asking questions and generating good energy. And I appreciate you, Joey Southworth, and Lucky Shot. Lucky Shot, peace, everyone. He says, peace, everyone. So Lucky Shot, peace to you. Peace to, we got Eric. It's just a simple Eric. Shout out to Eric. He just came straight forward, just Eric. Nothing too fancy, just straightforward to the point, Eric. And of course, we have Donkey. Donkey says, peace, 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 with 3 pieces. Shout out to Donkey. There's some more female energy in the room. I thought I just saw. Let me scroll up. Tina D, is she here? Shout out to Tina D, who says 1. That means she can hear me. Shout out to Tina D, and one of the most dedicated, loyal people in the class, Robert Williams. Shout out to Robert Williams, who's dedicated. He is dedicated, always here. But you know, somebody who's not only always at almost at every single Podclass, but also holds the ranking as one of the top donators ever, the most consistent top donators, top supporters of the Tuesday Podclass ever in history, is the one and only Kamit 101, who's constantly giving huge donations and gave the biggest at one time in one shot. Shout out to Kamid, who also has the great questions. Very loyal. He does this for his family, his little one that he is raising up in the information. Shout out to Kamid. You are awesome. Okay, we got shout out to the new people here. I'm not familiar with this name, but Squano Trending. Shout out to Squano Trending. Thank you for coming. Whether you're for or against or learning, it doesn't matter to me. I just know that as this information spreads, your mind changes regardless of what your stance may be. All right, of course, the loyal Jamio X, who's here all the time. Okay, and shout out to the biggest donator. I believe this is the same name. There's so many names. You guys have so many names that I speak to you under, but I believe this is the biggest donator thus far. One-time shot for someone who I've never spoken to in my life. I've never answered a question to my knowledge. Just came in brand new into the room last week and shut the room down with the biggest donation. Support was like $143 out of nowhere. And that is the brother Ascari21. I believe this is the name. Ascari21 was a different email name, and this is the name I remember. Shout out to you, brother, who says, light it up, Royal Scribe. He's definitely him. He speaks like this, Royal Scribe. Look forward to talking to you. Shout out. And here is one of my favorite names, 7, Concentrate, 7, Soul 7. That name is so different. 7, Concentrate, 7, Soul 7. It's an interesting name. Shout out to you. 1 second, I'm being called by Scam Likely, I think. Let me cut that off. Yep. Scam Likely, see you later. Shout out to everybody. We got a lot of people in here. Some names I haven't even seen, which is great. You guys are bringing new people, which is awesome. All the way from Trinidad, we have Mary Bontas, all the way from Trinidad. Trinidad, what up, bye? Trinidad, my stepfather was Trinidadian. All right, and we have Keka Ra, one of the most dedicated, concentrated, never fabricated Keka Ra, he's consistent just like Hamit. And who else? Black Alucard. These are the consistent high donators and question askers. They're here every time. Kamit, Comedic Meta G. There's a few of them. AJ Mogul. There's a few of them. Here's another dedicated one who's always here. That is Master K. Shout out to Master K. All right, Master K. Nice to see you. You are always also here. This is going to be a great class. I already see it. This is going to be awesome. And yes, he's back in class. Comedic Energy and Saneti Amun. Peace and always glad to be back. Glad to have you back. We have this interesting name here. What is this? Oh, the Slackin'. The Slackin'. That sounds like a thriller movie. The Slackin'. Shout out to you, the Slackin'. Great. And we have one of the most dedicated again, who represents me, whether he's here or Sonetter, Anthony Drain, who says, peace, Almighty Ra, peace, and Ma'at from Atlanta. I used to live in Atlanta, Pine Hill Drive. I used to live in Lawrenceville as well. Shout out to Atlanta. That is a great place where you can meet a lot of good open people that are interested. I used to teach on Ashby Street. On Ashby Street, in the corner of Ashby and Martin Luther King. That was my bookstore where I used to have classes there on Ashby Street. Martin Luther King, the brothers from the Nation of Islam there. There was a couple stores down. They made, I think it's called Mr. Everything. It's a Subway shop where he cooked the food live. It's awesome. Mr. Everything. Shout out to Mr. Everything. I haven't said that in about 30 years. Shout out to Mr. Everything. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Hybrid Cypher. Another name that I like. Hybrid Cypher. Everybody's here. Steven is here. Peace Saba. We're going to get started. Peace Saba. And then somebody's going to the nephew's graduation. This is fun. This name always changes, but I think it's the icon I recognize. This is Fonzo in 1904. Shout out to you, Fonzo. who is June? I don't know, but the names are changing. So, but I recognize the icon. What is it called? The avatar. Shout out to you. Shout out to your nephew. Shout out to everybody, and of course, the one and only young brother, the young protege, the one who's going to be up teaching soon. Probably teaching already. The young man, Lamar. The young man we call the scribe. There he is. The scribe. The scribe. He's like, he's a dedicated brother like Obi. I think they're both from the same Facebook group. Lamar, Obi. It's a few of them. Peace, everybody. We got shout out to you, Scribe. He's another great donator. Always donating with like code numbers, and he's awesome. Okay, shout out to we got Prince. Prince Yasan. I think I know this brother. I know a brother named Yasan who corresponded with me on the messenger. I've talked to so many of you, but I remember the name Yasan. Shout out to you, Yasan. And of course, we have what's here? Ozar. That's a new name, an interesting name. He says, "Peace to everyone. Gonna be a great podcast as always." Yes, it is. And who is this? This is the one and only. For those who don't know who this is, let me introduce this person to you. This person is responsible for something that is going on in the Podclass right now. Not only just going on in the Podclass, but also an innovator of a brand new name. This is Stranger, and Stranger created a term that we use today in this Podclass. And speaking of the term, we're going to give them all a shout out. The term is the moderators. Let me get the name off there. Moderators. Hold on a second. Boom, boom. The moderators, not moderators, but moderators, right? Moderators. That is what Ma'at is. Ma'at moderates. So we have Unki M. Ma'at, Nani Aset Mur, Saneti Amun. These are the people that you send inquiries about of how the Podclass works. Maybe if you want to know my email, how to get books, what form the books are in, my latest debates. They are the moderators. They keep the room intact. They make sure everybody's behaving themselves, because there are people that come in acting like children and they have to be warned and booted out because they cannot step towards me with factual rebuttal. So they will come and say, "I don't like your nose. You're talking too quiet. Your beard is too black. I don't like how you paint your beard. Your eye pupil is to the left." Anything other than taking a direct thing that I've taught that is wrong and rebuttaling it, these are the goddesses that will put you out of the room if you come talking about anything disrespectful. If you come disagreeing with the knowledge, we love it. I love it. Come up, send a donation. I'll put you up on the screen. We'll have a little conversation, give you a spotlight. But if you come up just talking about, "I don't like your mom," or "your shoes, I don't like Nikes, you wear Nike," all that other stuff that they talk about on the other channels, we will boot you out because we're not into this. This is the Tehuti Podclass, where we're only into factual information. Speaking of that, so these are the moderators that will control the room in that manner. Speaking of what we're about here, we are about ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. One more time. Ancestral artifact over religious opinion. It's very hard to follow because everybody wants to give an opinion. It's easy to speak opinionated or opine. It's hard to speak where everything you say has to be shown and verified. That's a little harder. Okay. All right. So I think this is the mic. Here it is, the mic right there. So we go by that. Now, speaking of which, that's the here's my AI moderator, and she's about to say something. She says, support with the Cash App. Question, TT Amoon. Okay, that is the Cash App. Some people may be wondering, why is there a Cash App and not a Super Chat? Let me explain, everybody. So my name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra, the only one on the internet now, melanated, looking like this, that is doing this very unique situation. That unique situation is, I've been teaching for over 30 something years, maybe. I've lost track. Yes, I've been teaching since I was 1 year old, but I've been teaching for over 30 years. I lost track. I don't even keep my age, but being that I've been teaching for so long, people have been asking me to do one-on-one sessions. They saw me on the Killer Pre-Show, they saw me on Sonetta, and they said, hey, do you do one-on-one classes? We tried the one-on-one classes because I went into seclusion for several years. I used to teach everybody, 500 people at a time, as you saw in the intro. I used to teach all over Atlanta. I've lost track. Canada, Toronto, all over the place. And then I went into seclusion, and I just taught my inner family, and I taught my inner circle, and then a brother named Ahati Ma'at, who should be in the room, but for some reason we don't, I think he's shadow banned us and we don't see him, but Ahati Ma'at, as my student, said to me, yo, you need to please go on live and teach on the internet, on the YouTube, because there's so many strange teachers that are not teaching the truth, and the way you break things down is so thorough. There's a lot of innocent people that want to see you. They want to benefit. They can benefit from your teaching style. So after about 5 months of coercing me, I finally came online, and I came online. I ended up entering into a debate league by accident. I went there for an interview, ended up getting challenged by someone who's actually on Sonetta right now live. His name was Judah Nazareth, and he challenged me to a debate. He was a champion. I beat him, and then it went on. I just ended up beating everybody in the league and out of the league. And I just kept on teaching, went to Killer Priest, went all over, and I was teaching. And then the one-on-one classes took up too much time. Although people were paying me because it's all about reciprocity, I give my time. This is what I do with my life. So just like any college professor or teacher or guru, they get paid for their lifestyle and their education. But it was taking up hours of my day. So what I said, I announced on the Killer Priest Podcast, Killer Priest Podcraft, I announced there that, you know what I'll do for everybody? Instead of the one-on-ones and everybody paying me $30 an hour or whatever they were donating to me, it was free will offering. I said, I will open up a YouTube channel where you can all come and donate, because my monetization has been removed. I can't do the super chat. So that's what people used to do. They used to send in super chats. They used to go bing on the screen, and I would answer the question. But YouTube has removed my super chat ability, so I can't do that anymore. So what I'm doing now is Cash App and PayPal. This is how you get your questions answered. I don't see the questions that are in the chat room. I see the questions that are in PayPal. Here is the PayPal. It is PayPal Rocky SV, Cash App TT Amun. When you do a PayPal, it could be for $5, it could be for $143, it could be for $20, it could be for whatever you feel that your donation is worth, because it is a donation for support and a question. You're not just paying for asking a question, you're also supporting. So when you do that, it will pop up on the screen like this, boom, such as Brian Wallace gave a few weeks ago, $20. It will pop up on the screen. Melvin Brown gave $25. It will pop up on the screen. And by the way, speaking of one of the biggest donators, I got to flash it again. This was Kamit, who gave $127. That was just for a donation, also to help support, because I had to get a new Mac computer. My computer, for those who follow the podcast, knew it was going crazy. But it pops up on the screen. I put it on the screen so that everybody knows and sees, such as this is Imani, Manifesto, who asked about totems, and I did about 25 minutes or so just on totems. You get a thorough answer with boards, screen shares, archaeology, anthropology, all type of things. And this is what I do for a living. So because I do that, we ask for reciprocity and support for that. Okay? So before we begin, I'm going to start off with the affirmation. And here is the affirmation. Let me go ahead and turn the music down, and then we're going to get right into it because I see questions coming in already. Let me turn the music down a little bit. Okay, so everybody, once again, we ask for support. The support goes to the lifestyle, the equipment, my survival, everything, and the time I put into the answers. When you see the way that I answer questions, you will think that I prepared to answer these questions for 2 weeks, like I prepared for a debate. And a lot of these questions are sent in live or right before the last podcast ends. Okay, so again, let me put on the screen. This is the Cash App. You just send in a Cash App. I know, ladies and gentlemen, throughout our lives, we supported Doritos. I know we've spent thousands of dollars on cotton candy, carnival rides, teddy bears, marijuana. How many hundreds of dollars have you spent on marijuana? Cigarettes, alcohol, going to the club, the gas to go to the club, the hotel to pick up the girl that doesn't even show up. All kinds of things that we've spent money on, and now we are asking, spend money on the knowledge, the knowledgeable teacher, and the support, and I will bring you the clearest, clear-cut answers you have ever seen, ever. This is the PayPal, Rocky SV, Cash App, TT Amun. With that being said, now you know how the podcast works. So if you start sending in questions, typing crazy, all type of craziness in the chat, I don't see them. Why? Because I have supporters that I see pop up in my notification on my email. And of course, I'm going to get to the supporters of the channel before I start answering questions that are in the chat. And the chat is moving very fast. I don't even see half of what's in the chat. So speaking of which, we're going to start off with the affirmation. And the affirmation I will put on the screen so all can see. Here's the affirmation. And I will take this off the screen. Oh, not that. This. Okay. And also this. Now you can see the whole screen. Here's the affirmation. Anki em mayat un ms, nin tet aset em mayat, min, hapapet em mayat, her and hukiui, per e kut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. That is the affirmation that I do with my family on a dedicated, consistent basis every morning when we wake up. I do it throughout the day. I even do it before I even do the one with my family. I do it. This is a consistent thing that I do because I want to Anki and Ma'at. I want to, and I do live for Ma'at. This is what I do 24 hours a day. This is not a game for me. Whether the cameras are off or on, I am exactly like this always. If you see this shirt right here that one of my goddesses got for me, this is the shirt that I wear for the Podclass. This is the shirt that I wear when I'm walking in the house. This is the shirt that I wear if I go out with my family. My dress code, everything is the same. This is not a show. This is my life. I carry my spiders with me outside, my snakes. I used to make a living off of them. This is my life. So Anki and Ma'at, I live in Ma'at 24 hours a day doing my best. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the Tehuti Podclass with the questions. I'm going to put black light away, Kaibit. You're going to go away for a moment, and I'm going to take a look at the questions that are sent. Let's take a look. Pop this open. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. You go in there. Boom. It's warm in there. Nice. Okay, wonderful. We are back. I'm going to get some agua. Most important substance on the planet for me. I drink 1.5 of these a day. Okay. Let's adjust. Let's see how it's going here. Lighting is great. Okay, now it's getting me a little foggy. Starting to fog me up. Don't worry, we will fix the lighting. Let me move this. Move this towards me. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. There we go. Put it back. All right. So before we start, we're going to press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear moi. Can you hear me? Press A1. Oh, this is. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. Sorry about that. Right. Press 1 if you can hear me. Okay, press 1. We got Jody pressing 1. We got Sanetia Moon, 90% Myrrh. All the females pressing 1. Okay, here's Hector Kepara pressing 1. Squano. Okay, everybody's pressing 1. Galaxar, there's somebody else who's pretty dedicated who comes a lot. Shout out to you, Galaxar. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, Maurice. Oh, of course, Maurice. Maurice Waller is always here. Shout out. We got a 72. Okay, let me do some adjusting a little bit. Do a little bit of adjusting. Nice. Okay. Let me check my emails and let me see who's been supporting. Let me put the banners back at the bottom so everybody knows what is going on. Okay, boom. Let me check the support we're going to get. This is going to be a good one. Let me check. Boom. I already see them coming in. I see some coming in. I see a few coming in. We've just started, and there is a few coming through. Just a couple, though. Just a couple. Let me refresh. Should be more than that. Okay. Okay, I see a couple. Okay. I even see somebody sent money for some one-on-one classes. Wonderful. Okay, everybody. Let's get into it. Let me get back to screen where you all are. Here we go. Boom. Boom. And let me see if my... let's get into it. This is going to be a good one. I see some good stuff here. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. You will get answers to questions. You ask them live, literally, or right before the show starts. I see them in my Cash Apps and PayPals, and then boom, I answer them. So we're gonna go ahead and check them out. Where's Comedic Matter G? Is there someone from Comedic Matter G? Okay. Nice. All right, everyone. Let's let me close out some of these windows so we can move smoothly. Oh, I got government files up here. This is gonna be a good one. Okay, I got all kind of artifacts. All right, let me close out those windows. We got somebody else new in. We got Phil. Ooh, Clabe. Sorry if I didn't say your name right, but shout out to you. Thanks for coming. Thank you for coming, Phil Clabe. All right, let's get started, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. You ask questions, I answer. You send Cash Apps, you send PayPal to support, and I do my best to represent. They pop up in the room like that. Boom. Support. They pop up in the room once you send them. Not once you send them, but once I get to your name, they are scrolled up. Speaking of which, I'm going to on here to the brother again. That brother Ascari. Here's the biggest one ever given, ever 143.72. Thank you again, Ascari Owen Height. Thank you for that support from last week. That was the top one right there. I'm gonna go ahead and boom, get that off. Boom, get that off. And let's get into the questions that are sent. Enough of the intro. We are here. Let's go. Let's see what we got here. What do we got here? Boom. We have, okay, hey, is Comedic Matter G in the house? Comedic Matter, oh, here we go. Black Alucard. Just talking about the great supporters and great consistent people, and you are right up there with the top of them. That's Black Alucard. He is awesome. He is wonderful. He is dedicated. Oh, Nathaniel Turner. All the All the loyal dedicated are here. Everybody's here. This is great. Good energy, everybody. All right, kinetic energy. You have gotten the first question in. The first question, 1 second, a little warm in here. I'm in a house full of snakes. We got to keep it like 9 degrees. All right. So, he said that was a close enough pronunciation. Okay. Phil Claby. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And shout out from Tehuti Brown to Africa Brown. Tehuti Brown to Africa Brown. Another dedicated sister who's here all the time, who's actually the sister of the Ascari, who's also dedicated. So we have a dedicated family. There's dedicated families coming to the Tehuti pod class. Okay, big money chaser, big bag chaser, big bag chaser. He says, super excited about today's information. I'm excited too. Also, the thing that's unique about the Tehuti Podclass is that even though I'm the teacher, guess what? I don't know what the topic is. I have no idea what the topics are because they're just sent to me. So that is the toughest job to do. Is I just come like this open and I say to my students, what's the topic, students? And you all say, I'd like to know, is there life on Mars? I'd like to know, is the Sumerians real? I'd like to know, is the Cometians before the Aztecs? I'd like to know, what is Medunetter? I'd like to know, what is subatomic particles? And I'm just forced to abide as your genie and to abide by whatever it is you all ask, I answer. That's the tough job right there. Okay, we got loving this PDF, Sullen Rock. Oh, yes, thank you, Sullen Rock. Sullen Rock reminded me, and let me do this before I start, of course. He says, loving the PDF. What PDF is he talking about? Boom, these PDFs. These are my PDF books. This is a small book, but the letters are small, so it's action-packed with information. Awesome information. This is Melanin, Dark Consciousness. And, of course, we have the other popular one, Stepping Out of the Matrix. Stepping Out of the Matrix there. 1 second, every 1 second. Okay, good. I am back. Wonderful. Okay, and there it is. Melanin, Dark Consciousness, and Stepping Out of the Matrix. The moderator will tell you how to order that or how to contact me to order that, and that's why Sullen Rock says, loving this PDF, because Sullen Rock made an order, got it. You get it very fast, and then boom, you start your reading and you ask more questions. Speaking of questions, let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into it. All right. So, where are we? We are with Boom on the screen. I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share. Screen share. Okay, everything's good. All right, screen share, here we go. Screen share. And it should show the screen right here. And boom. There is a question sent in by Kinetic Metallurgy. Kinetic energy. And let's go ahead and read this question on the screen. The question says, and it looks like these are in quotations, Ashar Kwesi states, Sumer was founded by First Dynasty Egypt. We have no documentation of Sumer being a metropolitan. No Gobekli Tepe in Egyptian records. Ramesses was there. Thutmose was there. The Fertile Crescent. I'm not sure what the last part means because there's no end of that sentence, but the Fertile Crescent. Okay, then Diop said, Sumer looked like a stage movie. Okay, Dr. Williams says, Sumer is biblical only. And kinetic energy says, please clear the smoke in the room. Master teacher, please clear the smoke. Wow. If you were to ask this question on other channels, they would just say, Sumer is pseudo, or they're just, forget about that. Just worry about Kemet. Here at the Tehuti Podclass, again, at the Tehuti Podclass, we teach, let me go ahead and put the banner. I'm going to go ahead and put again what we teach here. We teach, boom, ancestral facts over religious opinion. Okay, so now let's get back to it. Here it is. There's the question. And again, Ashar Kwesi states, Sumer was founded by First Dynasty Egyptian. We have no documentation of Sumer being a metropolitan. No Gobekli Tepe in Egyptian records. Ramesses was there. Thutmose was there. The Fertile Crescent. Diop said Sumer looked like a stage movie. Dr. Williams says Sumer is biblical only. Please clear the smoke in the room. Master teacher, please clear the smoke. Okay, let's clear the smoke, everybody. Let's get to it. Boom. All right, if everybody can see the screen here. Let me check if everybody can see the screen right here on the screen. Let me check. I always do these checks because the last time I did a screen share. If you can see the screen share right now, press 1. Press 1 if you can see Zion Lex. Zion Lex loves him some Sumer. Press 1 if you can see the screen. I'm going to put it back up there. No, not that. Can you see the screen? Press 1 if you can see the screen, and we will go. Okay, wonderful. Here we go. So let's take a look and see what is going on here. What do we have here? What do we have here? We have, oh, where'd it go? Oh, let me go again. Nope. Boom. Interesting. It is, there it is right there. Boom. Okay, good. Here we are. All right. So let's go ahead and start from the top. What is this Sumer thing? What is everybody talking about? Sumer. You always hear it on the Gaia channel. The ancient Sumerians predate everyone. So we're going to go to the Concise Dictionary of Akkadian, Jeremy Black, Andrew George, Nicholas Postgate. This is a Concise Dictionary of Akkadian to see where this Sumerian actually even comes from. Let me move the screen up here. You know us at the Tehuti Podclass, we're going to deal with factual information and things that you can actually research and check out. So here we are on the screen, and we're on page 384. And if you go down here, you'll see Sumaru. Sumaru is Akkadian, Sumerian language, Sumaru. You see right there, there's the word right there. It is an Akkadian word, Sumaru. All right, so we see that it's in the dictionary, but we're going to see, as you scroll down, I also have another dictionary here as a reference, which is even more precise and concise. And we're going to actually look at the word in the language of Yingi. So in the language, we have Sumerian, but in actuality, let me blow this up a little bit, because remember, they're saying there's no record of the Sumerian. Ramesses was there. You know, okay, so you're not going to find a record of the Sumerian for reasons that are going to be explained in Kemetic records. So here is the actual word that they actually hide underneath Sumerian, the same thing they did with the word Nubian, which was the word Nahasi. And when you see the word Sumerian in the translation and the transliterations, it doesn't actually say Sumerian. There is a term that the Akkadian people called another set of people Sumaru. The people themselves, there was no metropolitan, no group of nation of people calling themselves Sumerian. This is a trick. Here is the actual word in the cuneiform, or in the Ingi language, is Ki-Ingi, Black Earth Lords. This is why they had to hide Sumerians. Most people are caught up on the term Sugagi, the black-headed ones, but they don't know that the word actually for the Sumerians are the Black Earth Lords. Black Earth Lords. That is actually what they were called. The Ki Engi, here the dictionary reference numbers word Ki Engi, the Black Earth Lords. So of course, this is what the European does every time you have a terminology with the term black, where the people are describing themselves with this term, whether they are describing it to describe their skin, which we're not really black, or to describe the power of the term. When racism stepped in to anthropology and archaeology and history and historians, they would come across groups of ancient people that predated them, and they would see that these people use the term black, and they had to erase that and change that. So they said, no, not Kemet. Kemet is black. We got to change that. Egypt. Egyptos. Let's call them Egypt. And even though nobody in ancient times used that term Egypt, they must put that in your mind and your subconscious through hypnosis that you constantly say Egypt, Egypt, when the word is actually black. And it doesn't mean black land. It just means black. Not black land, as they try to say, because when they say then they try to change it to black land. No. The most ancient spiritual civilization on the planet Earth call themselves black. When you go to the other side, into the Iraq-Turkey side, they call themselves the Black Earth Gods. Okay? The Black Earth Lords. The In, that's where you get the word Enki, Enlil. Enki, Enlil, that's the word for the Lord, the Master. So you have Ki, which is earth, Ki, Engi, Black Earth Lords. There are your Sumerians. So that's why you're not going to see the term Sumerian spoken about by Egyptians or really anybody, because the people of Sumeria wouldn't even know what you're talking about. They would say, no, we're the Black Earth Lords. We're the Kiingi. What is a Sumerian? Okay, so when we cleared that part of it up, let's go step by step, because we're going to walk through. This is the Tehuti Podclass. We walk through things step by step. Let's take a closer look at the terms. We're going to go down here now. And here is, this is a transliteration from Kiingi teaching, Dubsar Emigi Nu Muunzu Na Am Nam Dubsar, which translates to as, what kind of student is a student who does not know Sumerian? That's what they translate it to, right? But when you actually look at it, it says Dubsar, that's the scribe, Emigi, Sumerian language they put, but it's really read writing, or in Emigi. So you see Emigi, but they'll put in the English Sumerian, but the people that are writing it are putting Emigi, Sugagi, Kiingi. They're putting those words, but in the English, Sumerian. The Sumerian people, they like to put in words that are not there to bring in European supremacy. The Sumerian, the people of Atlantis, and there's nobody ever talking about that. Nobody said that about themselves. Imigi, Sumerians, right? Numu Unzu A, which is not know, right? And Ana Am, which is invoking gods, Namdub Sarra Ni. So the whole thing is, what kind of student is a student who does not know this type of language? The Imigi. That's what it actually says. It doesn't say Sumerian. So when you see Sumerian in the stories, it doesn't say Sumerian. So we must understand that first off the bat. Okay, now we go over. Well, let me see if I scroll down. We're going to do the step-by-step of the Tehuti Podclass. This is the time I take to break down things for all of you, so you can go look up these things step by step, so you will not be fooled. Here is Kiingi, right? Dictionary 12A0, Kiingi. They put Sumer, see that? But it really is Kiingi. Megi, Sumerian language, but it's really read or write, right? See all these? Gi Dub Ba, read tablet, stylus. See? And there is the way you write this super advanced language, which popped up on the planet out of nowhere. There's no beginning to this language. Just like Medunetter, there's no development. It just popped up, super advanced, not tracing to anything, just pops up. There's a reason for that as well, which I may break down one day. Okay, so here it is again. Ki-Ingi, Sumerian. Imigi, Sumerian language. Okay, we're going to shrink that down. There it is right there. So whenever you see Sumerian, it's Ki-Ingi in the actual language itself. Okay? So there were no quote-unquote Sumerians. There were black earth gods, Ki-Ingi. The European does their best to overshadow native names with a supremacist opposed agenda. Okay, because they have to add Sumerian so they can start adding their other words like Mesopotamia, all these other terminologies, which is why it's so hard to find the Kemetic reference to these people, because we're here looking for all these other words that you're never gonna find them. So when Ashar Kwazing, there's other people say there's no record of them in the Kemetic writings. Record of who? Record of who? Who are we actually looking for? All right, wonderful. Let's go on to the next. So yeah, there was no Sumeria. No Göbekli Tepe. Ramesses was there. Thutmose was there. All right, so that's because we're confused by the terminologies. Here we go. All right, welcome to Tehuti Podclass. You know how it goes here. We are all about ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. When I give you information about an ancient culture, it's going to come from them. It's going to come from museums. It's going to come from science. So now we're going to go to, let me scroll up here so you can see. As we can see in the Spurlock Museum, when labeling these Sumerian Akkadian tablets, we see an interchange of the terms Mesopotamian, Babylonian, Akkadian, Sumerian. Okay, we will notice that this is all to create confusion by using Greek terminology such as Mesopotamia, then saying that they are Babylonian, written in Sumerian language. When we look up Sumeria, we see that it's only labeled as a small district inside of Babylon. We have already established the people that in that area call themselves Ki-Ingi, that there was no massive land called Sumeria. That's why you can't find it, because there's no such ancient land, some big massive land where these people came up with all these intricate things and they call themselves Sumerians. That did not exist. There were people that existed, but they didn't call themselves that, and that's why you can't find them written about in ancient people's writings. Just like if you go back to 2400 BC, you won't find anybody writing about in Egypt either. You won't find Egyptians. We're going to go to University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign College of Liberal Arts Sciences, Spurlock Museum of World Cultures. We're going to go to the third dynasty of Ur, the place that they claim that Abraham came from. Now, about 1,100 of the tablets date from the pyramid of third dynasty, 2,112 to about 2004 BCE. They were discovered in the administrative archives of the towns in southern Mesopotamia. See, here's where the confusion starts. Mesopotamia, Umma, and Purish Dagon. There's Dagon. We went over Dagon in earlier classes. Many of the tablets detailed arrival of livestock received from individuals, early taxation, which were distributed to members in the royal court temples for sacrifice or to the army of food. Other tablets describe dispatch of terms and workers, both male and female, food rations, government officials, distribution of garments, instructions for making bronze transfer of large reed bundles, and it goes on. Now, let me shrink this down. So when we start looking at these tablets, what do we see here? Let's take a look at how they label the tablets. Let's take a look. So, if you were just to type in ancient Sumerian tablets, here's what you would get. You would get So first of all, let me just say something back in I think it's 1869. What's his name? 1869. Austin Henry Layard discovered over 30,000 tablets in an area called Nineveh, which was one of the so-called cities in Sumeria. And then, thank you. R.O. Calloway found about 10,000 more 10 years later. There's over 40,000 tablets discovered that were found going back to the library of Ashur-beni-pal. Ashur-beni-pal. Ashur was one of the cities that they call Sumerian cities. No, one of the cities in the Ki-Ingi. And Ashur is where you get the word Assyria from. Assyria. Syria, like the Syrians and Libyans, that come from the word Ashur, as in Ashur-beni-pal. Okay, so when you look up Sumerian tablets, here's an example of what you'll get in the museum. Sumer, modern Iraq, fifth year king Amr Sin, 2041 BC, period, 2112, 2004 BCE. So here you see the cuneiform, what they call cuneiform writing. This is what you get when you look up Sumerian writings. Now, let me go over here. So here we zoom in, get a little bit more detailed, okay, in the search, and then it gives you all the detailed explanation, the museum that it's in, and then the period. Look, Old Babylonian period. So we have a thing called Sumerian writings, but it's in the Old Babylonian period, Old Babylonian, because they keep interchanging these words, Sumerian, Babylonian, Mesopotamian. It all causes confusion, so you can't see what the original people actually called themselves. Okay, so now let's go back over here. So when you look up one of the most popular Sumerian writings, you'll see the Epics of Gilgamesh. First of all, it's not Gilgamesh, it's Bil-Gamish with a B. There's no Gilgamesh, it's Bil-Gamesh. Okay, so okay, so Old Babylonian period. About 400 tablets date back to Old Babylonian period of 2000 to 1595. They appear to have come almost from the city. Hope you're not in that. Appear to have come mostly from the city of Uruk. Uruk. This is where they're coming from. Uruk. That's where you get Erech from, and then Uruk creates the word Erech in the Bible, and then from Uruk creates Iraq, and that's where you get Iraq from today. So Uruk is Iraq. Ashur is in Ashur-beni-pal. That's Assyria, Assyrians, that creates Assyria. Here's how the words translate and mutate from their original meanings, which is why if you try to go look up what they're calling it today, you're not going to find in ancient times. But I'm here to walk you through. There are some library texts, including fragments of Sumerian epics of King Gilgamesh of Uruk, right? But the writings don't claim to be Sumerian. Okay, several inscriptions, notable medications, incantations. All right, so they call them Babylonian period. They say Sumerian writings, Babylonian, modern Iraq, Old Babylonian periods. You see, they keep interchanging the words, and I'm going to explain why. Now we're going to look up the actual terms of these words that we're using. So here's Mesopotamia. Some people say there's no record of ancient Mesopotamia. Exactly right. Only with the Greeks. Why? Because Mesopotamia is the name for an ancient land that lies between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, north of Babylon. So it's north of Babylon, right? So it's not Babylon. It's north of Babylon. But yet when you look up Sumerian tablets, they'll say ancient tablets of Sumeria, the Mesopotamian, Babylonian. But I thought they were separate because they can't make up their mind because it's confusion. So is Babylon a part of Mesopotamia? Is Mesopotamia north of Babylon? So it's not Babylon? Is Sumeria in Babylon, or is Sumeria this big ancient place? These are Greek terminology. See, Greek Mesopotamia, country between two rivers, from Mesos, meaning middle, Phorhio, middle, and Potamos, river. So there is no ancient Mesopotamia. It sounds nice to our ears. It sounds really good. The ancient Sumerians and the Mesopotamians, the people of Atlantis. It sounds great. We like the sound of these Greek-sounding words. We love these sounds. They sound high class. We even say them with British accents. So in reality, they're overshadowing ancient terms with modern Greek terminologies, modern day terminologies. So it's hard to trace back who the people were themselves. Who were they themselves? Let's look at Babylon, because remember, Mesopotamia is north of Babylon. But yet when you look at Babylon, representing the Greek rendition of the Akkadian Bab Ilani. What's Bab Ilani? The gate of the gods. Bab Ilani. Ilani is where you get the Hebrew word Ilion, the Most High, and Elo, for the word God. When they say Jesus on the cross, and he said Matthew, Eli Sabachthani, or Elohim, it comes from the word Elah. That's where you get the word Allah from. It comes from Bab Ilani because the people in that area consider that area the gateway from where the gods come in. They come here. They come through this gateway. Okay, that's where you get the concept of Stargate from. So what do? They took the story of Bab Ilani, right, which is the plural because there's Elu. Elu is the god where you get the word Elo and Allah from, but then Ilani is plural, so they turn that into Elohim, and then they turn this into the Tower of Babel, where they're trying to build a tower up to get to God. You see that? They build a tower up to get to God, which was a gateway to God because they considered the whole area the gateway of the gods, because here's where the gods came and taught them. That's what they taught themselves. Whether the modern day European would say mythology, it's a mythos. Whatever the European says today, that's not what the people themselves said about their own self. That's why you can't find an ancient word for mythos. You can't find an ancient word for mythology. You can't find a Medunetta word or an ancient Akkadian word for that. Greeks overshadowing the concepts of what the actual people taught. But remember, these are the Mesopotamian Sumerian tablets. So the Mesopotamian Sumerian tablets, but yet Mesopotamia is north of Babylon, which means it's not in, lies between Tigris and Euphrates rivers north of Babylon. But when you look up Babylon, Bab Iru or Bab Ilu, you see, we see that it is an area that was the gateways of the gods. So we look up Sumeria, and when you look up Sumeria in school systems in the etymological dictionary, Sumerian, name of a district in ancient Babylonia. So that means Bab Ilu was the bigger place, according to this. There was no Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia is some place that nobody knows of because there's no people call themselves that. It's north of Babylon. And Sumeria is just a small district inside of the Bab Ilu. But when if you go by how it's portrayed today, there was this ancient massive place called Sumeria, where the ancient Sumerians came from. And they did this and they did that. But when you look up Sumeria in the etymological dictionary, it says the name of a district. Just a district, a little district. In actuality, the people call themselves the Kiingi. The whole place was focused on the gods, the black earth gods, because they came to earth. That's what they taught. Bab Ilu, this is the gateway in which how they come to earth. They come to earth. They're through the gateway. They come here to earth. They're not from earth. They're the Enlil. They're the Enki. They become the Enki of the Lord of the earth, and then but they're Enlil, Lord of the skies. They come here, and then Sumeria is a small district in the area. So no, you're not going to find a huge metropolitan called Sumeria, because there was no huge metropolitan called Sumeria. A district inside of Babylon that the people of Acadia called Sumeru, and the modern day New Age people are trying to overshadow that Sumeria was this huge metropolitan place that they started civilization. In actuality, you can't find that anywhere in reality. And that's why when you look up these tablets, sometimes they call them Sumerian, sometimes they call them the Mesopotamian tablets, the tablets of Babylon, the ancient Akkadian tablets. They don't know what to call them because they're causing confusion. Instead of saying, what did the people that wrote them, what did they just call themselves? Just stick with what the people call themselves, and there won't be any confusion. Did they call themselves the ancient Sumerians? Did the teachers of this say these are ancient Sumerian tablets? Did they say that, or did they say they were Kiingi? the people call themselves Babylonian? They call the area Bab Ilu for the gateway of the gods. Did they call themselves Mesopotamian? Absolutely not. And that's why when you look up these tablets and try to look up ancient Sumerians in their own writing, calling themselves that, you will not find that. That's why the confusion comes where now some pro-black brothers will come and say, well, there was none of them existed. That's what they do now. None of it existed. When actuality, of course, the tablets date back old, over 30,000 tablets. How are you going to debunk? They think this information comes from Zachariah Stitchin. No. Before any ancient aliens, before any of this, there was Henry Austin Layard, and you can look this up in the Discoveries of Nineveh. Over 30,000 tablets of the Anuna, the Igigi, and the ancient people of that area. They call themselves Ki Ingi. They call themselves the people that lived in the gateway of the gods, the Bab Ilu. They call themselves the Akkad, the Ashur, as in Ashur Benapal, which became known as Assyria, the people of Uruk, which became known as Iraq today. Let's go on. There's more, of course, there's more. So here we go. Here we go. Now we're going to look at this here. Let's see if we can blow this up here. So I'm going to put this here. I'm going to put the question beside the information. So we have no documentation of Sumeria being a metropolitan. There's Thutmose was there. Ramesses was there. There's no ancient Egyptian record of Göbekli Tepe. What is Göbekli Tepe? Okay, let's take a look. Okay, this is one of the articles in Newsweek magazine. But you can find Göbekli Tepe in many archaeological magazines. I have stacks of them, but this is just something you can find easily. Turkey, archaeological dig reshaping human history. They call it Potbelly Hill. Okay? After the soft, round contour of the final outlook in the southeastern Turkey. So if you look at Göbekli Tepe, it looks like a circle, and it was buried, covered up. And the final look of the place, the modern day people in Turkey, in their language, call it Göbekli Tepe. Okay? To the north, Forested Mountains, east of the hill, lies biblical plain of Haran. To the south, Syrian, that's the Syria border, visible 20 miles away, pointing towards the ancient lands of Mesopotamia, the Fertile Crescent. Okay? That gives rise to human civilization, and under our feet, according to archaeologist Klaus Schmidt, there are stones that mark the exact spot where humans begin the ascent. Standing on that hill, overseen, a team of Kurdish diggers, German-born archaeologists, waves a hand over the discovery here. A revolution in story of human origins. Schmidt has uncovered a vast, beautiful temple complex structure. Now let's get the time. So ancient that it may be. So a beautiful temple complex structure, so ancient that it may be the very first things humans ever built. The site isn't just old, it redefines old. The temple was built 11,500 years ago, staggering 7,000 years before the Great Pyramids and more than 6,000 years before Stonehenge took shape. The ruins are so early that they predate villages, pottery, domestic animals, and even agriculture, the first members of civilization. In fact, Schmidt thinks the temple itself built after the end of the last ice age, which I told you, yes, the Younger Dryas. You can look for my classes on that. Hunter-gatherers became ember, the spark that launched mankind towards farming, urban life. Göbekli Tepe, the name in Turkish. Let me read it again, ladies and gentlemen. Because I know we hear these names and we think that these are some ancient names. But again, the people that built this area, they never left a name for the place. So modern day people in Turkey, in their language, That's why you see the two dots on top. That's their language. Göbekli Tepe, the name in Turkish for Potbelly Hill. It's a Turkish, modern Turkish name. Göbekli Tepe. Okay, so we're going to look over here at Ramesses and Thutmose. These are the two people claimed in the question. Thutmose was there. Let's go look back at it. Thutmose was there. Sorry. No Göbekli Tepe in Egyptian records. Ramesses was there. Thutmose was there. Fertile Crescent. Here is Ramesses, the most popular one, and here is the first Thutmose. You see them, ladies and gentlemen? Let's keep scrolling down and look at the dates they existed. 1279 BC, that's Ramesses. The second. 1506, that's Thutmose. There's no Göbekli Tepe in Egyptian records. Ramesses was there. Thutmose was there. Fertile Crescent. Okay. Göbekli Tepe, 11,500. You see that? 11,500 years ago. Ramesses, 3,000 years ago. I will point out a few things here that will let you know these claims and statements are illogical and do not comport with dating nor linguistics. Ramesses was there. Thutmose was there. No, they were not. Göbekli Tepe was 11,500 years ago. Ramesses is only 1200 BC. Thutmose is only 1500 BC. So no, they were not there during the time of Göbekli Tepe. We also see that the title Göbekli Tepe is Turkish for Potbelly Hill, a term and language that did not exist 11,500 years ago. So no, the people of Kemet would not have Göbekli Tepe in Kemetic writings. Since the question had Ramesses' name in it, I'm going to go back to what Ramesses did call the people, because Ramesses would have no clue or writing of a Göbekli Tepe, because Göbekli Tepe is thousands upon thousands upon thousands and thousands of years before Thutmose and Ramesses. So there was no Göbekli Tepe going on at the time of Ramesses for him to write about Göbekli Tepe's, writing it in Turkish. This is way before Ptahhotep. This is way before Khufu. This is 11,500 years ago. So the Kemetians are not writing about Göbekli Tepe, and they're not writing about Sumerians, but they did write about the people of that area. And here's what they call them out of their own mouth. You can find this in my book, Melanin Dark Consciousness, that which I'm about to show right now. And here is Ramesses' Mural of Races. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look. This is a section from my book, Melanin Dark Consciousness, which quotes Sheikh Anta Diop. Because remember, the question had in Sheikh Anta Diop's name. So let's see. So this is from pages 3 to 5 of my PDF, Melanin Dark Consciousness. This is how the people of the Nile acknowledge other people. Were called foreigners and Namu, a term for all those in Asia area. Kemetians would not specify and say the Sagiga or the Sumerians or Göbekli Tepe, a term that didn't even exist at the time. So here we're going to go into, so this is coming from my book, which I quoted Sheikh Anta Diop, and it states, this is coming from a book, The Great Sheikh Anta Diop, African Origin Civilization, who described Champollion. Remember Champollion, ladies and gentlemen, he's the one that's supposed to first decipher the metanetter. So Champollion finds, this. Here's what he finds, how the Kemetians described different races and people in their words, in their terminologies, in the time of Ramesses, since we're saying Ramesses was there. Okay, so what did Ramesses say? So now, Let us start with the oldest of these that Champollion the Younger set forth in the 13th letter to his brother. It concerns the bas relief of the tomb of, here's the Greek mutation, Sesostris. Really, it's Senuseret. There was no Sesostris. That's a speech impediment of the Greeks. Sesostris. No, it's Senuseret. There's no second S. There's no sesos, no sausage or whatever they're trying to say. It is Senuseret. Senuseret the first also visited Rienzi. These date back to the 16th century BC, 18th dynasty, represented the races of mankind known to the Egyptians. This monument is the oldest complete ethnological document available. Here is what Champollion says about it. Here's Champollion, the European, talking about what he saw. Senuseret and Ramesses, how they divided the races of the people that the Kemetians saw around themselves at the time. Right in the valley of Biban el-Malik, we admired, like previous visitors, the astonishing freshness of the paintings, the fine sculptures of several tombs. I had the copy made of the people representing the bas reliefs. At first I had thought, from the copies of the bas reliefs published in English, that these people of different races, led by the god Horus holding the shepherd staff, were indeed nations subject to the rule of the pharaohs. A study of the legends informed me that this tableau has a more general meaning. It portrays the third hour of the day when the sun is beginning to turn on its rays, warming all the inhabited countries of their hemisphere. According to the legend itself, they wish to represent the inhabitants of Egypt and those of foreign lands. Thus we have before our eyes the image of the various races of man known to the Egyptians, and we learn at the same time the great geographical, ethnographical division established during that early epoch. Men led by Horus, Heru, the shepherd of the people, where they get Jesus the shepherd from. Okay, belonging to the four distinct families. The first one being the closest to God was a dark red color. Of course, because they just can't say brown. Dark red color. One of my goddesses taught a class just Wednesday on this topic and got everybody to Google dark red colored people. And you guys can take it on your own time. Just Google dark red colored people. And when you click it, you're just going to see a bunch of black people. That's your dark red color. So there's nobody on the planet Earth dark red color that's not black people. So dark red color. Well-proportioned body. Watch the elaborate description. Well-proportioned body, kind face, nose slightly alkaline, long braided hair, dressed in white. The legend designates the species to Rut and Rome or Rome. This is your first Romans, ladies and gentlemen, before there was a Romulus and Remus, before there was Rome. The original Rome or Rome were the Kemetians. A race of men par excellent, the Egyptians. Watch what happens when he comes to what he thinks is black people. There can be no uncertainty about the identity of the man who comes next. He belongs to the black race, designated in the term Nahasi, and that's it. Description's over. All right. Third represents very different aspects. His skin color borders yellow or tan. See, the European, due to his genetic makeup or racism, can't just say what he sees, or maybe he sees this. So he thinks he's looking at The Simpsons. I know you guys have seen the Bart Simpson, the yellow people. So somehow back on in Ramesses times, he thinks that Ramesses and his men drew yellow people. No, there's no yellow people. They were just light-skinned brown people, like all Asians are. Either light-skinned brown or the same color as Europeans. There's nobody on the planet looks like Bart Simpson. There's nobody yellow. That is the European invention. There was nobody on the planet calling themselves yellow until the Europeans started calling Chinese people yellow. He came over here to the Native Americans and said, "You're red." He saw people that were brown. He said, "You're black." He saw Mexicans, "You're brown." And he saw himself as pink. "I'm white." So this is all part of the matrix and misrepresenting colors. And then you actually believe there's people that are red and yellow. All right, so the third represents different aspects of skin color borders, yellow or tan. He has strongly alkalized nose, thick black pointed beard, wear a short garment of various colors. These are the Namo. The Namu. Okay, those are the Namu, which are the Asians. Finally, the last one we call flesh-colored. A white skin of the most delicate shade. Nose straight, slightly arched. Blue eyes. Blonde hair, reddish beard. Tall stature. Very slender and clad. Who does this sound like? Hairy ox skin. A veritable savage, tattooed on various parts of his body. He is called the Tamahu. I hasten to seek the tableau corresponding to this one and other royal tombs. As a matter of fact, I found several variations. I observe fully convinced me that they had tried to represent here the inhabitants of the four corners of the earth according to the Egyptians, namely the inhabitants of Egypt by itself form one part of the world, the inhabitants of Africa, proper, blacks, and then Asians. Finally, this is the European himself saying, finally, I'm ashamed to say, since our race is the last and the most savage in the series, Europeans, who in the remote epochs, frankly, did not cut too fine of a figure in the world. In this category, we must include all blondes and white-skinned people living not only in Europe, but Asia as well. Their starting point. This is the manner of viewing of the tableau. And then the other tombs, the names are generic names that reappear always in the same order. We find Egyptians and Africans represented in the same way, which could be not otherwise, but the Namu, the Asians, and the Tamahu, Europeans, represented significant, curious variants instead of the Arab or the Jew dressed simply and represented on the tombs. Okay, so this is how the Kemetians labeled people. Over here is an image of the mural. Now, Asia, here's the answer for the so-called Sumerians and the Akkadians. Do we find records of the Sumerians and the Akkadians, and do we find Babylon in the Sumerian records? Asia represents on other tombs, those of Ramses, are three individuals, tanned complexion, alkaline nose, black eyes, thick beard, but clad rare splendor. And one, they're evidently Assyrians. You see that, ladies and gentlemen? These are the Assyrians from Ashur. Ashur, that was the name of the city, the area in so-called Sumeria. From Ashur Benapal, Ashur, the Assyrians. Their costume, down to the smallest detail, is identical with the personages engraved in the Assyrian cylinders. What are the Assyrian cylinders? What everybody's calling the Sumerian cylinder seals. The Sumerian cylinders, you take a little tube and you roll it, and it has cuneiform. They're saying that the way that the Kemetians depicted those people in the Assyrian or the Babylonian or the Iraq or the Uruk or that whole area is identical to what the Kemetians called the Namu. In color, or Medes, or early inhabitants of the parts of Persia. The physiognomy is dressed resembles feature for feature, so everything was identical and found on monuments of the Persepolitan. Thus, Asia was represented indiscriminately. Let me read it again, ladies and gentlemen. Thus, Asia was represented indiscriminately by any one of the people who inhabited, that is, the Mesopotamians, the Sumerians, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Kemetians were indiscriminate. So no, you're not going to find in Kemetic writings where they're talking about the Sugagi, the Assyrians, the people of Ashur, the Iraq, the Ninevans. You're not going to find that in Sumerian writings. You're going to find a vast, and I'm going to show you the images of the different people, and you're going to see how they look exactly like the Assyrians and the cylinder seal images. And the Kemetian just said Namu. That was it. Okay, so we're going to scroll down. I'm going to shrink this here. And here they are, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to scroll it up. Here is the image as drawn, redrawn. And so you have an image of the Ret M Rome. That's what the Kemetians call themselves. Ret M Rome. Okay, that's the men of excellence. That's them right there. Over here you have the Namu. This is one version of the Namu. And then over here is the Nahasi. And if you look at the image of the Nahasi and the Ret Em Romei, the Egyptians, it's the exact same people here. And then over here you have the Tamahu. Okay? So we scroll down, and here are the images. So we're going to go back over here. Here is, thanks to brother R.I.P., rest in peace, Renoko Rashid, who went there and took a picture of this, because when you go on the internet and try to find this image, it's very, very challenging. This image right here, this is very, very challenging, because every time you go to look for this image on the internet from the actual tomb, they only show you from here downwards. They never show you the Kemetian man. They always show you the Namu, the Nahasi, the Tamahu, or they'll show you other images of the Kemetians, and they don't show this one. It's very, very hard to find that. Well, good brother Renoko Rashid, rest in peace to him and his team, went down there and took the actual picture of the Romei. Here it is right on the wall. You can't erase it. You can't take it down. Here's how the Egyptians depicted themselves. Here is the letter R. Here is the letter M. That is the Romei, as in the first name in the ethnologic, in the mural of races, Ret Em Romei. That is them right there. The Nahasi, that is them right there. The Nahasi and the Ret Em Romei are the exact same people. So they never divided themselves. So below is the Rem. The Rem are the people of Ra. They come from the teardrop of Ra. I'll explain it in another class, or if somebody sends a question in. But these are the men and women from the teardrop of Ra, people of the Nile, as shown in the mural. Okay, we're going to shrink this down to end this off. Okay, so here, as we can clearly state, the Namu represented the Assyrians, people of Ashur, one of the so-called Sumerian Akkadian names, down to the finest detail, yet they still just call them Namu. Now we're going to blow it up and look at the picture. Here are the many different depictions on the mural of races for how the people of Kemet saw the Asiatics, because the Kemetians didn't say Asiatics, they said Namu, which are the Turkish, the Iranians, the Iraqians, the people of so-called Sumer. In the times of Senuseret and Ramesses, all called Namu. They were not concerned with naming them after the specific land masses. Here is, and I'm going to blow this up and you will see the different depictions. And there they are, different depictions of the Namu, different types of people. Some looking like your typical stereotypical Asians, because the Chinese man is not the only Asian. Asia is a huge area, parts of India, Iraq, and it's huge. So here's the Asians that we call Asians, and then you see the different types of people. Here are the people of that area, Iraq, and they're drawn with different shades and different looks because it was all types of people. So the Kemetian people did not, and I repeat, did not separate them and say, those, we're going to write about the Sugagi, and we're going to write about the Babylonians, and we're going to write about the people of Nineveh, and we're going to call them all by their name. They just group them all up. So those are the foreigners. They're just called, we're going to call them all the Namu, but we're going to draw them as we see each and every one of them. Some of them look like what you call the Sumerians. Some of them look like Asian type, Chinese type of Asian people. Some of them look like Indians. Some they look like a whole different bunch of different people, but they did not separate them. Just like you don't find in Kemet them talking about the Indians. You know, there was an ancient India. You know, there was a China. You know, there was these areas that existed at the same time as Ramesses, but you don't find any record in Kemet of them saying the Indian Hindu. They don't do that. They just say Namu and classify them all as that. Let me blow this up right here. So thank you for the question. Let me see if that's it right here. I think that is, yeah, that is it. So thank you for the question, Kemetic energy, Kemetic metallurgy, kinetic energy, and all those great, let me go back to it, all those great names that you have. So to answer the question again, we'll blow this up so we can see. Sumer was founded by First Dynasty Egyptian. There's no record of that in existence because nor in First Dynasty Kemet that they even acknowledge the word Sumer. We have no documentation of Sumer being a metropolitan, simply because it wasn't any huge metropolitan. It was a district in Bab Ilu that the Akkadians call Sumeru, but the whole people in the area never called themselves that. They were called a bunch of different names. The people of Uruk, the people of Nineveh, the people of Ashur. There was a whole bunch of different cities, and they never called all of those cities one thing, like Sumeria. They said the people of Bab Ilu, the people of, there was Akkad, Erech, many different cities that were set up in the area. So when it says no Göbekli Tepe in Egyptian records, of course there's no Göbekli Tepe because it's a Turkish word, and Göbekli Tepe existed before there's any Kemetic writing. There was no Kemetic writings 11,500 years ago for there to be record of a place that existed at that time. There's also no record of a Göbekli Tepe existing as a thriving society in the time of Ramesses. So when they say Thutmose was there, Ramesses was there, no, they were not there. Ramesses was there 1200 BC. Göbekli Tepe was there 11,500 years ago. Diop said Sumer looked like a stage movie. I don't even know what that means. Shout out to check out the Diop. I'm not sure what that even means to respond to that. Dr. Williams says Sumer is biblical only, and Sumer is not biblical only because the word Sumer doesn't exist anywhere in the Bible. So that is a huge error to say Sumer is biblical only. Sumer is not biblical at all. Modern day Europeans take a place called Shinar. They take a place called Shinar and they say, this is Sumer. No, it's not. If it was Sumer, it would just say Sumer. So you find Nineveh, you find Erech, you find Babylon, you find Kish, you find all of those ancient names in Genesis 10, but all of a sudden when it comes to what all those ancient names are under, Sumer, all of a sudden the Bible is going to say Shinar, which makes no sense whatsoever because it would just say Sumer. The letter M is not the letter N, it's not Shinar, it's not Sumer. There's no biblical record of any place called Sumer inside of the Bible. So please clear the smoke in the room, Master Teacher. Please clear the smoke. The smoke is officially cleared. That is the answer to the question. Thank you, Brother Kemetic Energy, for asking that wonderful question, and which had all these other people's quotes in it, and the air is cleared. Hope you understood the answer. Hope everybody got the information that they were looking for, and now you can look up all those terminologies based on what the ancient people called themselves. One moment, let me fix this over here. Called themselves. Let me see if I can do some of the lighting a little bit to kind of fix that. Okay, so thank you for that, and to get the responses from the room to see who enjoyed the answer. The responses were excellent build. Tua, Kemetic Energy himself says, thank you, Master Teacher. Robert Reyes puts, I'm not sure what that is. He puts something. And officially, Kemetic Energy says, smoke cleared and incense lit. Powerful knowledge from Tehuti. Robert Reyes puts a smoke. Smoke is cleared. I'm glad everybody appreciated the information. Robert Reyes puts bombs. Darius put the Remek. Glad you all enjoyed the information. Glad you all appreciated it. And we will move on to the next because we have many more to go. Okay, and before we do that, before we move on to the next, I'm going to take a few minute break. Let me get this lighting just right. It is hard to get the lighting just right. And there it is. If it could just stay right there. Wonderful. Let me see if it can stay right there. Okay, so I'm going to take a small break before we get to the next question, and I shall be back. Welcome everyone to the Tehuti Podclass. You can ask your questions. And let me, 1 second, hold on. 1 second, everybody, hold on 1 second. Let me fix something here. Okay, I need it right about there. That would be good. Those would be better. Okay, let's see if I can do this right about. Okay, awesome. There we go. That is okay for now. Okay, so I'm going to take a small break. Everyone, welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. Glad you're enjoying the information. I'm going to step away for just a moment. Sullen Rock is putting fire. Uncan Aten says, I'm enjoying the class. And Zaya the Great says, real Naga salute. And Arcad Infinite puts fire, fire, fire. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. We have 103 people in the room. No drama. No ad hominem, no yelling, no screaming, name calling, talking about bad channels and what we're going to do to this person and give me your addy and all the stupidness that I see. We are not about that at the Tehuti Podclass. We are about facts and information. I'm going to take a small break, and when I come back, we have some more explosive information. We have Raphael, look like he sent some... there's some questions in here that are really good. So let me see here. I'm going to go ahead and put, go ahead and do this. That's interesting. Okay, let me put a break. Okay, it's not coming up as that, so I may just have to put it, I may have to cancel this and put it on the actual screen manually. So before I go, for all those who just got here, welcome to Tehuti Podclass. The way we work is you send in your questions. How do you send in your questions, Tehuti? You send in your questions through Cash App TT Amun. You send in your questions through PayPal Rocky SV. I see the questions in the email, in the notifications. I read them off. I show them on the screen for everybody to see so everybody can get their respect for the support that they sent. So, for example, I show them on the screen like this. Boom. Arthur Richardson, $27 from him. Boom. Stephen Escalar, $20. You can send in anything you feel that this class is worth or your question is worth, or just to support whatever you wish to show. And it comes in on the screen, and then you get your props, and then I go ahead and answer the question. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a small break, and I'm going to play some videos in the break, and then we're going to come back from some real explosive information. Okay, let's see if I can do this. I'm going to go ahead and stop my camera. I'm going to go ahead and go share screen. Share screen. Entire window. I'm going to put the mic down here. And I'm going to put on this. Some of the latest discovery here. Interesting video. And I'll play this for a minute and then play another one. I'll be back.
The lives and deaths of ancient Egyptians continue to be revealed. Archaeologists in present-day Egypt recently discovered a trove of artifacts dating back some 2,500 years ago. The find includes 250 sarcophagi, which contained mummified remains, and 150 bronze statues of ancient gods. There were also bronze containers used in rites for Isis, the goddess of fertility, and of course, cat figurines. The relics were found in the Saqqara necropolis, near the Egyptian capital of Cairo. Archaeological work has been going on there since 2018. The artifacts' rich details were well preserved, and they may tell us more about life and death in the time of the pharaohs. They were put on display for reporters this week. For the first time, they had been widely viewed since 500 BCE. This is Inside Edition Digital.
The Holy Bible, King James Version. The first book of Moses, called Genesis, chapter 38. And in process of time, Judah's wife died, and Judah was comforted, and went up unto his sheep shearers to Timnath. And it was told Tamar, saying, Behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnath to shear his sheep. And she put her widow's garments off from her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place which is by the way to Timnath. When Judah saw her, he thought her to be an harlot, because she had covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way, and said, Go to, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee. For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, What wilt thou give me, that thou mayest come in unto me? And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock. And she said, Wilt thou give me a pledge till thou send it? And he said, What pledge shall I give thee? And she said, Thy signet, and thy bracelets, and thy staff that is in thine hand. And he gave it her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. The book of Joshua, chapter 2. And Joshua the son of Nun sent out of Shittim 2 men to spy secretly, saying, Go view the land, even Jericho. And they went and came into an harlot's house named Rahab, and lodged there. The book of Ruth, chapter 3. Then Naomi, her mother-in-law, said unto her, Get thee down to the floor, but make not thyself known unto the man until he shall have done eating and drinking. And when Boaz had eaten and drunk, and his heart was merry, he went to lie down at the end of the heap of corn. And she came softly, and uncovered his feet, and laid her down. And he said, Who art thou? And she answered, I am Ruth, thine handmaid. Spread therefore thy skirt over thine handmaid, for thou art a near kinsman. And he said, And now, my daughter, fear not. I will do to thee all that thou requirest. For all the city of my people doth know that thou art a virtuous woman. The second book of Samuel, otherwise called the second book of the Kings. Chapter 11. And it came to pass in evening tide that David arose from off his bed and walked upon the roof of the king's house. He saw a woman washing herself, and the woman was very beautiful to look upon. And David sent and inquired after the woman, and one said, Is not this Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah the Hittite? And David sent messengers and took her, and she came in unto him, and he lay with her. And she returned unto her house. And the woman conceived, and sent and told David, and said, I am with child. And it came to pass in the morning that David wrote a letter to Joab, Set ye Uriah in the forefront of the hottest battle, that he may be smitten and die. And the men of the city went out and fought with Joab, and there fell some of the people of the servants of David, and Uriah the Hittite died also. David sent and fetched her to his house, and she became his wife, and bare him a son.
Okay, we're back.
Also, if you are the product of, I don't know, your parents not being married and you being born out of wedlock, then you are a bastard. And according to God in the Bible, you automatically go to hell. You have no choice. And all the way to your 10th generation, you'll go to hell. That's very fair. That doesn't sound like very nice God. And by the way, that's Deuteronomy 23:2.
All right, we are back. We are back. We are back. We are back. All right, press 1 if you can hear me. Everyone, press 1 if you can hear me. Let me get to the class. Let me get to the room and see. We have 90 people in the room. Come on back, people. I know you guys, some people drop off when I take a break. It was 103 before the break. Now it's 90. Let's get back to 103. You all can hear me. The dedicated people know to wait, that I will be back. I will be back. Okay, let's go. Let's go. We have more to go. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. I'm glad everyone is here. You all are wonderful and awesome. And you all keep the energy flowing and going and growing. It is a wonderful day to see everyone representing in the Tehuti Podclass, asking questions, getting answers. We're back to 92. It's growing now that I'm back. It was at 103. Now it's at 93. See, it's getting back to come back. They know the commercial break is over. I play those videos. Those are my only horror movies that I watch. So every once in a while I play those videos, and then people realize, oh, those are the Bible stories we all grew up on, or horror movies. All right, let's go ahead and close that out. So all those who just came in the room, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. You send in questions, you get answers to questions like no other place, no drama, no insults, nothing negative, just straight information broken down letter by letter, dictionary, anthropology, archaeology, science, news articles, ancient Kemetic writings, ancient Akkadian writings, totem poles, or whatever it is that people are inquiring about. Speaking of which, let's look at the next question that was sent in. For those of you who just stepped in, the way that this works is you send in your questions, and when you send in your questions will, first of all, be sent in through the Cash App, TTM Moon. You can send in just support. You can send in support this like we supported the dance club. Support this like we supported Barbie dolls for our children. Support this like we support syrup and pancakes. Support the good. Okay, because time is definitely running out. Time is running out. And because time is running out, we got to get these questions in thoroughly and precisely. Okay, so when you send your questions in, they pop up on the screen as such. Boom, there's one from Nito Campbell. They pop up on the screen. I show them on the screen, give you your respect, give you your shout outs, and then I go to answer them, which is what I'm about to do right now. So let me go check the question and see what was sent in, what we have to catch up on. We're going to cancel out break videos. Let me see what's next. So that was next. What's this one here? Okay, we have what is this? The UFO conference. Oh man. This question here is what's this one? Fountain of Youth. Okay, we're gonna go over the this question here, and then there's one other one after this, which is about a UFO conference. Let me see what this question says here. Okay, we're gonna close out the Ashar Kwesi question. Galactic. Is a person named Galactic in the room? Let me check the room and see. Is Galactic in the room? Oh, not that. Over here. Galactic. Is there a Galactic in the room? Galactic. Shout out to Galactic. Oh, there's Nanya Bittiness. Shout out to you. Shout out to Big Vapes. Now I want pancakes. No. Okay. Oh man, all the women want pancakes now. What's happening here? Okay. All right. Is Galactic in the room? Is there a Galactic in the room? The next question is from Galactic, and then we have one from Raphael Gary. Is Raphael Gary in the room? Raphael Gary, are you in the room? Raphael Gary. Don't worry, whether you are or not, I'm going to answer the question. Let me go ahead and put on the question in the room here. Boom. I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share. Here's the next question, ladies and gentlemen, coming in from the one and only Galactic. And as you can see, here's the question. Boom. The question is, and press 1 if you can see the screen, please. If you can see the screen, press 1. This is from Galactic. Galactic for, can you tell us about the Fountain of Youth? Interesting question. Where does that even come from? Let's see. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. Press 1 if you can see the screen. I'm going to stop that screen share. You can see the screen. Wonderful. Shout out to the ladies whipping up pancakes. Is this you, Galactic? Are you Galacticar? It sounds familiar. It sounds the same. Is that you? Galactic? Galaxar? All right. Shout out to you. If that is you, that is a question sent in from a Galactic who says, shout out to all the ladies whipping up pancakes. All right. So you can see the screen. So we're about to get into the answer. Oh, no, that's not me. Okay. So we got Galaxar and we got Galactic. And, all right. So let's get into it. Shout out to Kamit, who's always around supporting, who's always here. Dedicated. Arc Infinite, always dedicated. Nat Turner, always dedicated. Supporting. Africa Brown, always dedicated, supporting. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. Darius McNair, shout out to you, who says Fountain of Youth, Ponce de Leon. All right, so what is the Fountain of Youth? Where does it come from? Is it real? Where does it source from? All right, here we go. How do we answer questions at the Tehuti Podclass? This is how we answer questions. Here we go. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share. Screen share. Boom. Share. Share. Boom. Share. And so here it is. Let us take a look. Let us take a look at where this concept even comes from. 1 second. Whoop. Let me get that off the screen. Okay, here we go. We're going to go right over here. Who's that lady right there? All right, so the Fountain of Youth is yet, the Fountain of Youth in quotes, is yet another stolen Greek concept from their Kemetic influencers. Here is Britannica Encyclopedia talking about the Greek goddess Hebe, the actual origin of the concept of the cup of youth, or the fountain of youth. There are several different stories. This is, of course, the Greek oldest here. The Greek goddess Hebe. Hebe, Greek Hebe, young maturity. That's what they say it means, young maturity. Okay. Or bloom of youth, daughter of Zeus, chief god and his wife Hera. Okay, so let's take a look at how they portray. Let me shrink this down. Okay, so here is Hebi. Hebi over here, everybody. Show a woman carrying a cup or something in her hand. She has the wings, and Hebi carrying the nectar, ambrosia. Detail of a vase painting in the Getta Museum, Ravo di Puglia, Italy. Okay, so there is the goddess Hebi who carries this nectar, the goddess of youth, Hebi. So of course you know us at the Tehuti Podclass. We're not going to stop at Hebi. We're going to get into the origin of where this actually comes from. Let's take a look. So here we go to Homer. Let me over here. All right. So in Homer, this princess was a divine domestic appearing most often as the cupbearer to the gods, the goddess of youth. She was generally worshipped along with her mother, of whom she may have regarded as the emanation or specialized form. She was also associated with the Hebrew goddess Hercules, whose bride she became when he was received into heaven. Her major centers of worship were Philos and Salicon, and Sychion, where she was called Dia and Janamidia. Okay, let me get back to the screen one moment, everybody. Okay, you can see me, awesome. And let me get back to this. Okay, so there is Hebi. Okay, so there's Hebi, the goddess of the youth, the bringer of the nectar of the youth, nectar. And now we see she was called Genemidia or Dia. Hebi was sometimes identified with the Roman deity Juventas. I have here, what do you hear when you hear the Greek Juventas? What do you hear? Because we now start to understand how concepts get into our language, get into our brain, where everything is superimposed with Greek consciousness. Even the regular words that we think are regular are actually invocations of Greek gods. So Juventas, what do you hear when you hear Juventas? What do you hear? I'm going to go back to the screen and see. What does everybody hear? Juventas. What do you guys hear? Anybody hear anything when they hear that word? Juventas? Juventas. 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 All right. All right. What do we hear? We hear the name of the rapper who always said "huh" at the end of his raps. All right. Let's go. Get back to the screen here. What do we hear? We hear the word juvenile. Juvenile is the word that we hear. So we now know that juvenile is from the youth deity, the youth god in Greece, which is juvenile. Young, youthful, from juvenilis, because we know the letter J didn't get added into English until the 1500s, of belonging to youthful, juvenis, young man, flower of his age, Roman period, adolescence. So we're dealing with juvenile from Juventas. Okay, Juventas, and of course the fountain of youth from this Juventas deity, or this Hebi, means that you stay young. And what happens when you stay young? It is rejuvenation. So we look up rejuvenation. And you can even see that when you look up these words, young, source French, juven, restore appearance, powers, or feeling of youth, irregular formation, regain. From here it is juvenis, young, related to juvenation. Okay, so what do we have here? We have here the Greek god Hebi, who was also associated with Juventas, rejuvenation, carrying a nectar which rejuvenated the gods. Where does this concept come from? It comes from the Greek neighbors, or where the Greeks learned their information from to motivate them to even have these concepts of gods and beings with wings, females with wings on, which came from Ma'at. And which one is this one from? Let's take a look. We're going to take a look. And this comes from, boom, here we are. We're going to, boom, 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 boom. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The fountain of youth was the woman. Let me blow this up a little bit. The fountain of youth was the woman. Move this out of the way. This shouldn't even be there. Okay, there. Fountain of youth, who was also the tree of life. Here in the Per Em Haru, we see Het Heru, Seket, who they also call Sekhmet, giving the deceased water or some type of fluid flowing down as a fountain so that they may be nourished and be born again upon her, or rejuvenated, born again upon her thighs, in quotes, thighs, symbolic of the immovable stars and the sets of stars that look like a pot that you pour water in as it dips. So we're going to go down to the Per Em Haru, and we're going to see the goddess in green, representing, of course, vegetation, which is where nectar is coming from, fruits and vegetation. So she is rejuvenating. So she is drawn green because that is representing nature and the Uwajit. And if you look closely, you'll see she has something in her hand, which represents the fountain of youth, going down, pouring down into the mouth of the Ba. That is the symbol of the soul, which is drawn as a person with bird wings. As they rejuvenate and they're reborn, thus you have the Hiba, the goddess of the fountain of youth, of the cupbearer, rejuvenating the gods, and then she has wings, representing the Ba. Here's the original form, going back to the Per Em Haru, many Per Em Harus, because it was different versions, as I'm going to show you, and she's inside of a tree. She's the tree of life, which is why she's drawn green, and you see her rejuvenating the Ba, bringing the soul back to life. Okay, as we scroll over, oops. As we scroll over, I'm going to blow this up a little bit. And now we are in the chapter giving charms to Osiris. Ani, I am Khepera, produce himself upon the leg of his mother. And the word there for leg is Araret, of his mother. So the goddess Khepera, the god Khepera, reproduces himself upon the leg of the mother. But the word there is Araret. When we look up Araret, it's a little bit blurry. Let me see if I can shrink this down. Oh, it's really blurry. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. When you look up Araret, you'll see that Araret deals with the canal and it deals with water. You see the Araret right there. It's a little bit blurry, everybody. That's why you can't see it. I'm not sure why it came out this blurry, but it is the Araret where you are reborn in the afterlife, which was called the Araret. They have there the thigh, because the other word for the thigh was the Kepesh. We're going to get to that, but I wanted to scroll down to show you other images of the goddess with the nectar. You see the flowing nectar right here, giving the man in the afterlife water and fluid so that he can survive, as he has his hands cupped, getting the fountain of youth, representing being reborn. See what they did when they gave you modern day concepts? They took away where the origins of these stories were, because if they let people know that all these concepts came out of the ancient Nile Valley and came out of concepts of rebirth, everybody would be intrigued to follow Ma'at, study out-of-body experiences, study immortality, eternal life, study the spirit, the soul, and things of that manner. So what they do is they branch off, they take the concepts and they branch it off into all these different cultures, which come way later. But here's the original. You see Het Heru again, and you see the water or the nectar pouring down. She's coming out of a tree. You see the fruits, and he's getting the nectar. Here is the word for the thighs when it says that you're born upon the thighs. The word is the Kepesh. And the Kepesh coming from the Papyrus Avani, plate 9, Kapesh, is translated here as the constellation of the thigh, the great bear. Right? The ancient Egyptian word thigh is the Kapesh, and as you see here, it is the Ursa Minor area, which I broke down in the other class about the immovable star, where you see it looks like a pot that you'd hold or boil water in, and you pour it out. This was called the Big Dipper, and this was called the constellation of the thigh in the northern sky, as found in the pyramid text and in the Per-em-Haru, called the thigh, because of its shape, look like a Big Dipper, or over here look like thighs. So it's represented of being born again and going up into a heavenly state, which the Kemetians saw as immovable stars in the north, which I explained in, I think, 2 classes ago. The Imsek, the immovable stars, and that you would be born again and you would be immovable and eternal, just like these stars of the Kemetians would constantly see in the sky. And you could only be born, though, through female energy, which is why it says you're born out of the thighs of the mother. In between the thighs, or in between the middle point of the woman, is where the water breaks. That is the canal, and that is where the baby comes out of, the middle point of the woman, in between her inner thighs. And thus you are born as the woman is sitting down, because the original form of birth was sitting down, not laying on your back. Okay, so we go into the concept of water, and we find here that the same word for love and water is the same word for tree, as we have right here, which is the same word for the plow. Marie, this is where you get the words like Maritime, Marina del Rey, Marina World. They all come from the word Marie, which was water, and was also tree, and it was also the word for love, as in also making love or drawing energy towards the center of the woman so that she could produce fruit, as in the tree of life, and then the water breaks, and then the child is born. That is the fountain of youth. The Kemetians would see that and symbolically associate that with the Big Dipper in the Ursa Minor, as the real fountain of youth, are the symbol of a place that would represent you being immortal, being given energy by Sekhet, Sekhmet, and Het Heru in the afterlife realm, because you can only be born through the female energy, and that was the fountain of youth in ancient times. This is from Ptah-hotep, but it's a little bit blurry to read this, so I'm not going to go ahead and read this, but I'm going to show you that the term met or ma'at is a word that meant the middle of something. When they say ma'at is balance, it's actually the middle of something, the metet. The metet is also where you get the word medunetter from, and it's also the number 10. So you have metet, which is the middle. The middle, it also is the word right, and that represents the middle. The direct middle of the female is where the man enters, the penis enters, and also is where the baby is born. If you look at the word metet and expand it, you'll see it means middle, and you see an ejaculating penis right there, and it represents copulation as well. That is the metet, and that's why when you blow it up over here, you'll see the metet is also the canal, the bank. It is a water canal. Okay, I'm going to straighten that back down. Now, what's interesting is that the canal in ancient Kemet represented rebirth, and it also represented blessing. You look up the word blessing, a lot of people don't know what the word blessing means. When you look at the word blessing in the etymological dictionary, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try to look it up for you live right now. On the Tehuti Podclass, we're going to look up blessing live and see what we come up with. I'm going to go to etymology live in front of you, etymology. We're going to look up blessing and see how it relates back to the woman, because it relates back to fluid releasing, and the fluids that the woman release is the sexual fluid. First, the blood. The blood has to be released from the vagina so that the woman can become fertile. When the blood is released from the vagina, the menstruation, that's when a woman knows that she can now have a baby. When she can have a baby, then another fluid is released, and that is the lubrication sexual fluid, so that the penis can enter. So the first fluid is the blood. The second fluid is the vaginal fluid, so the penis can enter. That fluid, once the man ejaculates, then the child lives inside of water and the amniotic fluids, and then the water breaks. That's another flood fluid that comes down, and the child comes out of it. So the original fluid of the woman was actually the blood coming out of from menstruation, which represented fertility, and that was the concept of blessing to us. Let's look at the word blessing and see what happens. So we'll put bless when people say, hey, God bless you, and nobody ever looked at the word bless. I'm going to try to do it live and see what it is. And here's the word bless, everybody, and we see the word bless is from Bloham, which is, look at that, everybody, blood. Click on here, blood. You see that? The word blessing is the word blood, ladies and gentlemen. So when people say have a blessed day, they don't even know what they're actually talking about, because it has its origins in biological imperative and self-preservation and the woman's ability to bleed, which got mutated further down the line as bloodletting, blood sacrifice, and all these other things. It was the woman bleeding because she was sacrificing, she was shedding her blood for you. That was the first Jesus Christ. It was the woman. She shed her blood so that you could ejaculate, so that you could be fertile, so that you could ejaculate, go up the canal, ejaculate in her, and then she would have you saved inside the womb. That was your first protection. And so she was saved, and that she was the savior. She was the one who shed her blood for your sin, the ancient goddess, sin. And then she held the woman, the man and the woman inside of her body. That was saving you, keeping you protected. She was the savior. And then when you came out, she was your deliverer. They took all those sentences and they composed this Jesus concept where Jesus sheds, they took the power of the woman. This is in my first or second podcast. Go look it up. First, second podcast, broke all this down. Jesus became the replacement of the woman's blessing, because now only Jesus can bless you. Jesus bless you, God bless, Jesus bless you. But it was the woman who was the blessing. It was her blood, which represented her sexual maturity, that she could now be the foundation of the source of life for all humanity on the planet. She was now fertile. That was the blessing. That was the bloodshed, the blood stain, the blood. Then you could enter her. Then she would save you in the womb, the first protection, and then she would deliver. Jesus now comes. He becomes the one who sheds his blood for you so that he can be your savior, and he is the deliverer. He delivers you out of sins. No, it's the woman that goes in the delivery room who delivers the child. So that's why when you look at the word blessing, ladies and gentlemen, the word blessing is blood, hallowed with blood. You see that? Marked with blood. All this stuff that has to do with blood. Blood sprinkling. It had to do with sprinkling blood on the altars, because the blood held the DNA, and the way you said that in Metanetta was Tet Aset, the blood of Isis. So blood was very significant and became associated with ritual offerings and sacrifice. But now that we know the word blessing is actually the blood, we look up blessing in the Metanetta, and let's see what we can find, everybody. Let's see if this is it. No, that's that. That's that. That's that. No, we're going backwards in the class. We're going to cut that out. We're going to cut this out. Cut this out. I'm going to go back over here. Over here. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to expand it. Expand it. And here is, I'll scroll down. And there it is, Barak. Barak, which is a pool. See the waves of water? That was the Barak. That was the pool. It dealt with water. So Barak was water. The female, see the pool, the pond? And it also meant bow to your knees. You see that? Bow, the tribute. It also was a blessing. Blessing, being honored. So the same word for tribute, giving tribute to something and giving homage, and also blessing, is the word barak. And that became, as you scroll down, barakata. Barakata. See the Metanetta? Barakata. I had a very interesting conversation. Let me shrink this down a little bit. Let me shrink this down. I was having a conversation with a Hebrew brother. This is a brother named Jamal. He was from a group called Naga World, Naga. And I was having a good conversation with him. And in the conversation, here it is. I'm going to blow this up. And look what he says. He says in this conversation here, Great. No one should wish. I should have said, great. No one should wish bad health on another or speak upon it. He said, I have to take care of my hypothyroidism. And I said, great. No one should wish bad health upon another or speak upon it unless it's to encourage. And he said, tawada, barakata. Barakata. This is when you see the Hebrew Israelites start their classes. Barakata, Hadashem, barakata. That barakata, see that barakata right there? Barakata. And I said, you're welcome. When you type in the meanings for barakata, look what it means. Blessing. The liquid, the fluid, the bloodshed. Barakata became a Hebrew word coming from barakata. You see right there? That's the pond. That's the female. That's the canal. That's the woman. That's the giving homage. That's the blessings. That's the respect. But it goes back to the woman and the female. Barakata. And that's why when you say Hebrews now opening up their classes, opening up their blade, barakata. That's where it actually comes from. This existed before any Hebrew language ever existed. So the barakata was tribute and praise to the woman. It dealt with the canal and the rebirth and the female's ability to give birth to you, because the woman in actuality was the fountain of youth in every regard, in every respect. And that's why the female was the one that was always portrayed in the Book of the Dead as pouring the water. It's not the male, it's the female that has you associated with the Big Dipper, the Ursa Minor, the Draco star constellation, with the Imsec, the immovable, imperishable stars. She's the canal. She's the canal. When you're given birth to, you're called a mess. You're called a Mesa, or a Moshe. So that's why they created the story of Moses now, who is called Moses, isn't called Moses in Hebrew. He's called Moshe. Moshe, that's the actual word for son of. And where did Moshe, how did he get into Egypt? He came down the canal. Remember that story? He came down a basket in the canal. And when he came out of the canal, then he was Moshe. Moshe is the word that you see at the end of Ramesses, Ramoshe, Ramos, Thutmose, Tehuti, Mos. That's where you get the word Moses from. That meant the child of, the son of. In other words, the birth that comes out of the canal. So then when he created Moses, he became Moses, who comes down the canal or the river in Egypt. All stolen concepts from the mother, the great mother female energy, which is the only energy that can give birth to you. Okay, we're going to stop right there. I'm going to look in the room. We're going to stop the screen share. Where are we here? Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So thank you for that question. The fountain of youth goes all the way back to Kemet and the woman. The woman is the physical manifestation of the fountain of youth. That is what she is. She is your fountain of youth, whether in the physical world or the spiritual world. She's the only fountain represented that can keep on giving birth to the youth, rebirth and rebirth and rebirth. And she's right there in front of you. She was the tree of life. She was the tree. She was the truth. She was the three. She was the trimester. That's why when you look up the word three, it is the same word as tree in the etymological dictionary, which is why if you go over to the islands, they say three as tree. Give me three of them orange. It's the word three and it's tree. It's the exact same thing, which is where the word truth came from, which is the word for ma'at, the female, the ma'at, the meta, the middle, the vagina, which is where the canal and water comes from. Boom. Thank you for that question. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got, if you're even here, if you're not, watch it back on the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass, where you can get your questions answered factually with researchable information. Let me see the crowd. Let me see the people in the room if they digested that information. Nani Sent Merck puts, wow. Andromeda Miserables puts flowing waters in a tree. Nice. Very, very nice. Africa Brown puts, history has been corrupted. It's so sad. We are here to uncorrupt it. Sinetia Moon puts, it looks like a spider in a hat. Oh, of course. The spider in a hat. Unki Ma'at has hands up like this. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. There it is, mess. Yep, there it is. Darius even put, mess equals child, saya, knowledge, perception. Absolutely. Boom, Darius. He knows what he's talking about. Africa Brown puts explosions, and it's hard for me to see because she puts trophies and awards. Thank you for that. Boom. So there is the answer to that, and that is how we get answers on the Tehuti Podclass. Nania said, Mer says, thank you so much for your info. Robert says, yes, sir. And yes, great breakdown, says Arcad. But you know what? We're not over. You are late, JP, but he says, sorry. Peace, no problem. Better to be here. Better to be late than to never show up, okay? Better to be late than to never show up, okay? And Nanya Business says, we are, let me blow this up. See the screen down. Oh, that's much better. Well, corrupt, the lie that women requires a period to be, uncorrupt, the lie that women requires the period to be fertile. That's what Nanya Business says. I'm not sure what that is as a question, but she says, uncorrupt the lie that women need a period to be fertile. All right, so Anki Ma'at says, let's get the likes up. Jody has a smile. Okay, let's get to the next question because we have a lot of questions that have come in, and this one's a big one. Is Raphael in the room? Is Raphael in the room? Let's go to the questions here. Where are we? Raphael. Oh, this one's a big one. This one is a big one. Let's take a look and see what it is. What is this? What's question? Oh, what is this? Oh, wow. Who is it? Raphael. That's right, Raphael. This is a big one. Where'd it go? This is a big one, everybody. Let's get into Raphael. Gary sent me the question. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen. There's so much going on. Bear with me, everybody. I'm looking for the screen so I can share this. Share screen. Okay, here we go. Boom. Here is the question, and the question is, so shout out to Raphael Gary first off. $20 from Raphael Gary. He is another consistent supporter. He is a consistent class. Sometimes he can't be actually in the room, but he is participating, listening in. He always sends in questions, always sends in support. And he says, how did you take the Pentagon UFO meeting in Houston? What a question. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where these conversations can go from the Tree of Life to Sumeria to Pentagon UFO meetings in Houston. There's all type of, it doesn't stop, everybody, because everybody's seeking knowledge. What a question. Who's even heard of this? The Pentagon UFO meeting in Houston. That question right there is beautiful because it first states that there was a Pentagon meeting. There's a meeting that the government is doing in Houston about what people are calling UFOs. So let's get into it. Great question, Raphael Gary. I hope you're here. If you're not here, I know you'll watch it on the replay, because that is we do at the Tehuti Podclass. We have it on YouTube, so it is forever replayed. Press a 1 in the room if you can hear me. Press a 1 in the room if you can hear me. Do you see ones popping up? I can't see the screen. A lot of times, ladies and gentlemen, I can't actually see the screen, or I see it delayed. The moderators tell me what's in the room because I can't. Yeah, so okay, here from the moderators are the ones are coming through. So let's get into it. Boom. What do we have here, ladies and gentlemen? What do we have here? Let's blow it up and see what we have. All right, so what we have is, so first of all, they did have a meeting in Houston on the 17th. They've changed the term. They don't use UFOs anymore. That's a term going back 1947. They've actually changed the term now. UAPs. That's going to be a new term that you're going to hear that's going to start getting popular, because that's actually the official term, UAPs now. That's what this meeting was about. It was about UAPs. So that is, UAPs are unidentified aerial phenomenons. Okay, so instead of unidentified flying objects, we're calling them aerial phenomenons now. So we changed the name. This came out on May 16th, 2022, and updated on May 17th in the Texas News, which is KAU 11, very popular station that covers a lot of what happens live in Texas. So it says here, let's go ahead and read it, everybody. So coming from KAU 11, Congress informs public on UFOs, but still no signs of extraterrestrials. Congress held its first hearing in half a century Tuesday on unidentified flying objects, and no, there is still no government confirmation of extraterrestrials. So, Washington, Congress held the first hearing in half a century Tuesday. We read that already. Testifying before the House of Intelligence Subcommittee, Pentagon officials, so yes, it is Pentagon officials, did not disclose additional information from the ongoing investigation of hundreds of unexplained sightings in the sky. But they said they had picked a director for the new task force to coordinate data collection efforts on what the government has officially labeled unidentified aerial phenomenon. Ronald Moultrie, the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence. So you see how serious this is. When people talk about UFOs today, they get mocked. You're pseudo, you're crazy. Well, the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and the Pentagon are having meetings on these topics. So this is a very serious thing to them. Also trying to desegmatize the issue and encourage pilots and other military personnel to report anything unusual they see. We want to know what's out there as much as you want to know what's out there, Moultrie told lawmakers, adding that he was a fan of science fiction himself. We get the questions not just from you, we get it from family, and we get them night and day. Lawmakers from both parties say UFOs are a national security concern. Sightings of what appear to be aircraft flying without discernible means of propulsion, have been reported near military bases, coastlines, raising prospect that witnesses have spotted undiscovered or secret Chinese or Russian technology. All right. Let me shrink this down a little bit. Okay. So, here at the Tehuti Podclass, we deal with direct sources. So I'm going to take you directly to the National Archives Military Records website. So the skeptics can call the U.S. Military Defense Secretary Operations pseudo. Okay? So don't be afraid, ladies and gentlemen, when you see things in the air and you have, I myself personally have seen most definite earthly, non-Earth technology flying objects fighting earthly technology. I've seen them fighting government helicopters, and I've seen them disintegrate government helicopters right on the corner of Martin Luther King and Ashby Street, in the air, in broad daylight, in and out of the clouds. I took my class students, we went up to the roof of the building and actually watched this take place. It was complete silence. There was one cloud in the middle of a bright sunny day, one cloud, and inside that cloud was flashes of light. We saw government looking black helicopters come. As they flew into the cloud, we saw things shoot them, and the helicopter would disappear without a sound, without an explosion, without a trace. That's one of the many things that I and hundreds of thousands of people have seen. When you present these stories to people, they say, "You're crazy, you're pseudo, you didn't really see that, it's a weather balloon." All the things that Harry Truman wanted you to say when they produced the Majestic 12, MJ-12, which were the original Men in Black before they made the funny movie about it. They were a real thing called the MJ-12 under Truman, which was to desensitize the public to any contact with extraterrestrial or unidentified flying objects. These were the original Men in Black. So now we have people taking that same concept and pushing it on people who actually have seen things, because it is asinine of us and completely arrogant to believe that we are the only planet in the entire universe that has life, and that every single creature we know about, that concept came from the Bible. The only reason why we believe that is because of the Genesis story of Adam and Eve, where God only makes Adam, Eve, and the earth, and then brings Adam out to name every single creature. Remember that story? So what was placed in our subconscious mind is that we know every single creature in existence. Why? Because we named every single creature, when in actuality, that story never happened. And there are thousands of creatures on this planet Earth and outside of this planet Earth that interact with it, that are unidentified to us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go directly to the, over here, let's go directly to archives.gov. We're going to go directly to archives.gov, National Archives Military Record. For the original project, was Project Blue Book. I suggest people go look this up. This is over 50 years ago. The government had a project called Project Blue Book. The project was dismantled and then secretly brought back in 2017, and then brought back again last year under a different name. This was Project Blue Book under Military Records, National Archives, Project Blue Book, Unidentified Flying Objects. Okay, so let's check it out, what this military document and record is stating. Project Blue Book, let's blow it up a little bit. Over here. Okay, so the United States Air Force retired to the custody of the National Archives its records on Project Blue Book relating to the investigations of unidentified flying objects. Project Blue Book has been declassified and the records are available for examination in our research room. The project closed in 1969. We have no information on sightings after that. The National Archives has received numerous inquiries concerning the documents identified as MJ-12. Remember the MJ-12 I just spoke about? Majestic 12. That was the original Men in Black. These things that they make movies out of are not just entertainment. They're making movies out of things that happen in real life to desensitize you. When somebody like me comes and says, "Hey, do you know about the Men in Black?" All of a sudden you start singing Will Smith, "Yeah, we are the Men in Black." No, all that television nonsense is to desensitize you of what's actually going on in the matrix around you. The MJ-12 were the Men in Black. Whoops. Let's go back up here. The MJ-12, the Men in Black, and briefing document Operation Majestic 12. We have made extensive searches amongst records in our custody of the U.S. Air Force and Joint Chiefs of Staff to identify these documents. The Truman and Eisenhower libraries have also searched their holdings for references to or copies of documents in addition to the records of the National Security Council, NSC, for the Truman and Eisenhower administrations are the custody of the National Archives. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you see how serious the government is taking this. People may laugh and mock at people today, but the government is not laughing at all. All right, searches were made of the indexes of the NSC and NSC policy paper and meetings minute files under the subjects MJ12, majestic unidentified flying objects, UFO flying saucers, extraterrestrial biological entities, and Aquarius. These searches were all negative with the exception of memorandum of general twinning from Robert Coulter, Special Assistant to the President, subject NCS, MJ12, Special Studies Project, dated July 1954. The memorandum, one page, refers to a briefing to take place on July 16th. Memorandum does not identify MJ12 on the purpose of the briefing. Okay? So I don't know if you've ever seen declassified files. You could look up UFO declassified files. When these FBI, CIA, and declassified files come out, sometimes when they come out, there's a lot of black markings over sentences. You can go and look that up in the archive. So it gives you certain information, and then the rest of it is like blackened out. Textual records of Project Blue Book documented relating to the investigations of unidentified flying objects, excluding names of people involved, and the sightings are now available for research in the National Archives building. The records include approximately 2 cubic feet of unarranged project or administration files. 2 cubic feet of unarranged project or administration files. 37 cubic feet of case files in which individual sightings are arranged chronologically. You know how big that is? 37 cubic feet of case files chronologically, and 3 cubic feet of records relating to the Office of Special Investigations, OSI, portions of which are arranged chronologically by OCI District, by the Overseas Command, and a cubic foot. Wow, this is a lot of records. A cubic foot of records comprising about 2,000 pages, findings, aids. These records include the file list for the projects, files, and index individual sightings entered by date and location. They're not joking around. Access to Blue Book textual records is by means 94 rolls of 35 millimeter microfilm. TS, one second, everybody. TS12. Let me get this off the thing. TS12 in National Archives microfilm reading room. First microfilm roll included a list of contents for all of the rolls and the finding aids. Photographs scattered amongst the textual records have also been filmed separately in the last 2 rolls. Motion picture film, sound recordings, some still pictures are maintained by Motion Pictures and Sound of Video Branch, NNSM, still picture branch, and it's under the U.S. Force fact sheet concerning UFO Project Blue Book. Here it is, Wrights Peterson, AFB, Air Force Base, Ohio, 45433, United States Air Force, Public Affairs Division. They're not. So, if you want to go look that up, you can look that up. So, that's the last time they had the meetings on it. And then over 50 years later, they have another meeting on just this May. Just 2 weeks ago. Okay, so now I'm going to close that up. Okay, now what we're going to do here, for more factual information that you can research yourself, here, Congress has reopened the project under the name AOMSOG, AOMSOG. Now I will take you directly to defense.gov, U.S. Defense Department of Defense official government website, so the skeptics can call the Department of Defense section of the U.S. government pseudo. Okay? Because when I go on shows and start talking about this, Tehuti pseudo, Tehuti believes in aliens, UFOs. Meanwhile, the Department of Defense were on their website. Let me blow this up. Let's blow this up. Let's see if the government is joking about this. Defense.gov news release. Department of Defense. Release. DOD, Department of Defense, announces the establishment of the Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization Group, AOMSOG. This was in November. This was November 23rd. This just happened. Today, Deputy Secretary of Defense Kathleen Hicks, in close collaboration with Director of National Intelligence, directed under the Secretary of Defense for Intelligence Security to establish with the Office of the USD INS Airborne Identification and Management Synchronization Group, AOMSEG, as a successor to the U.S. Navy's Identification Aerial Phenomenal Task Force. A task force. This is the unidentified, this is the AUPs that I was talking about earlier. Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force will synchronize efforts across the department of the broader U.S. government to detect, identify, attribute objects of interest and special use airspace, and assess and mitigate any associated threats to the safety of flight and national security, to provide oversight of AMSOG. Deputy Secretary also direct the USD ANI to lead the Airborne Object Identification and Management Executive Council, AOMEXEC, to be comprised of the Department of Defense and Intelligence community membership, and to offer a venue for U.S. government interrogancy representation. Okay, so this is from the Department of Defense. You see that? If you want to look that up. This is what's happening around us, and we have no idea. That's why they can make movies about this, and we just think that all this is movies. Meanwhile, this is something serious that's going on. The U.S. government is seeing ITIs. I didn't even get into ITIs yet. They're seeing something called ITIs that are flying around collecting information, which are non-special entities that can be identified. And these ones have consciousness. They're not ships. They're not crafts. Okay, so we'll get into that maybe next week if somebody asks about it. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to play a section of the actual meeting so all of you in the Tehuti Podclass can see how serious this actually is. Okay, let me get back to the room real quick. I'm going to do another mic check. I have to do this every once in a while because there are some glitches, and I want to make sure everything is good. Let's do a mic check. Oh, and of course, look who shows up. Perfect. Look who shows up just as we're talking about extraterrestrials. My man, Mishak, who I haven't seen in several podclasses. And this brother here is definitely completely interested in extraterrestrial biological entities, reptilians, and everything of the sort. And I was wondering where this brother was. And here he is, pops up right when we're discussing this topic. Good timing. I don't know if your spider senses went off, Mishak, but you came right on time. One of your favorite topics. Here we go. Nice to see you back. By the way, this is also one of the best supporters, donators, question askers who actually asked questions that presented some of the best podcast that I've done. That whole class I did on the reptilians and all that came from this individual's question. So shout out to you. You came right on time. We're about to talk about your friends, the unidentified flying objects, and I'm going to show you your friends. We don't know if you're friends, but you're the beings that you always talk about. We're going to find out. I'm actually going to play some of the Congress hearing. I'm going to play it for you all here on the Tehuti Podclass. So let's get into it, everybody. Peace, Meshach. Peace, Meshach. And I don't look at the room much, so I don't get to see what is going on in the room. But I do see some people that popped up that I didn't see before, such as I Manifesto. Shout out to you, I Manifesto, and Amun Ma'at Ra. I Manifesto popped up. Who else? And Meshach, of course. Meshach popped up. Shout out to all of you. They're all consistent people that come to the room. Peace. Let's get into it. I'm about to play some of this. Listen closely to what you're about to hear. I'm about to play some of this. Raphael, Gary, if you're out there, hope you're listening. This is the answer to your question and how I feel about it, which is really what I observe. I haven't really given any feelings, but this is what I observed. And here is some of the meeting. Let me go ahead and put this on. For all of you, listen close to the words. Listen close to the words. And let me go ahead and see if I can find this here. I'm going to open with, let's go for VLC.
Ask my colleagues to join, pardon me. We will now turn to...
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and stop my screen. I'm going to go ahead and screen share. I'm going to go ahead and put this on for everybody to see. Yes, the vibe is very positive in here. Shout out to Sullen Rock. Another consistent brother who actually one time came up to the screen. Shout out to you, Reshu. Shout out to you. Peace. Okay, let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Here we go, everybody. Watch, enjoy, and I'm going to play a few minutes of this. This is actually over an hour and a half. I'm going to play a small little chunk of it, and you all can see how serious the government is on this topic. Yes, sir. Here we go. Enjoy.
The business of this hearing. Ask my colleagues to join, pardon me. We will now turn to the business of this hearing. More than 50 years ago, the U.S. government...
Oh, no. Hold on, everyone. One moment, everyone. Hold on, I got to restart. One moment, everyone. I got to fix something and restart. In a moment, I have so many wires and things connected here. I think something just came out, and I'm going to tighten it back up. And one moment here. Let's see where it is. Oh, did it? Oh, it totally came. Wait, what? Hold on, everyone. Let me see what happened here. Oh, it totally, something totally plugged out. One second, everyone. Bear with me. Something just got unplugged. I'm going to fix this right now. Okay, there it is. It'll take a little while to pop back on the screen. I'm going to X this out. I'm going to go here. Maybe I have it in down. I should have it actually here. Congress. Is this it here? No. One moment, everyone. Houston. This is it here?
Ask my colleagues to join.
Yep, this is it. Okay. One moment. Let me see if I can get the this up. This. Still registering. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play this. Here we go, everybody. Let me get back to the screen. I am the one-man show. the one-man, the teacher, the organizer, the engineer, the sound man, video man. I got to do all this here and live in front of you. I don't have all the advanced equipment, but here we go. All right, we got it back. We got it back. Son Roxy's going nowhere. Take your time. Okay, here we go. 1 second. I'm going to X that out. We're going to X this out. We're going to X this out. We're going to X out that. Oh, here it is. It's on the screen. Perfect. X that out. And I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share. What's that? Oh, that's the Christian thing. Got to X that out. Okay. Let's see.
We will now turn to the business.
Okay. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in business. I'm about to go ahead and play the video. My hard drive has popped back up on the screen. Mic check, do a 1 if you can hear me. Mic check, do a 1 if you can hear me clearly. I have to see if everything is back how it was before that item got plugged out. Mic check, press 1 if you can hear me. We have 90 Aset Mur. Oh, they all popped up as 1. Perfect. Okay, here we go. We got Meshach, mic check. Okay, good. Everybody can hear me. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to do this again. I'm going to stop my screen. I'm going to go to share screen. Boom. And we're going to show you this awesome hearing, this video here. Here we go. Get that off the screen. And we're going to blow this up. One second, I'm going to cut that off. It's this one. Here we go. Boom. All right, we're ready to go. Here we go.
Of this hearing. Ask my colleagues to join. Pardon me. We will now turn to the business of this hearing. More than 50 years ago, the U.S. government ended Project Blue Book, an effort to catalog and understand sightings of objects in the air that could not otherwise be explained. For more than 20 years, that project had treated unidentified anomalies in our airspace as a national security threat to be monitored and investigated. In 2017, we learned for the first time that the Department of Defense had quietly restarted a similar organization tracking what we now call unidentified aerial phenomena, or UAPs. Last year, Congress rewrote the charter for that organization, now called the Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization Group, or AIM-SOG. For short, today we will bring that organization out of the shadows. This hearing and oversight work has a simple idea at its core. Unidentified aerial phenomena are a potential national security threat, and they need to be treated that way. For too long, the stigma associated with UAPs has gotten in the way of good intelligence analysis. Pilots avoided reporting or were laughed at when they did. DoD officials relegated the issue to the back room or swept it under the rug entirely. fearful of a skeptical national security community. Today, we know better. UAPs are unexplained, it's true, but they are real. They need to be investigated, and many threats they pose need to be mitigated. Undersecretary Moultrie, Mr. Bray, thank you for coming today. First, we need you to update us on the status of AIMSOG. The legislation creating it was passed in December. The deadline for implementation is fast approaching, but the group does not even have a named director. We need to know, sirs, the status of the organization and the obstacle to getting it up and running. Secondly, you have to convince the audience today, and most especially our military and civilian aviators, the culture has changed. That those who report UAPs treated as witnesses, not as kooks. Thirdly, you need to show us, Congress, and the American public whose imaginations you have captured. You are willing to follow the facts where they lead. You know, we fear sometimes that the DoD is focused more on emphasizing what it can explain, not investigating what it can't. I'm looking for you to assure us today that all conclusions are on the table. One final note, we are mindful today that AIMSOG is not starting from scratch. This is the third version of this task force in DoD, and civil society groups like Neutral UFO Network, Mr. Corbell, and others have been collecting data on this issue for years. I hope you'll explain how you can leverage the knowledge and experience of our prior work on this matter to move the AIMSOG along. The last time Congress had a hearing on UAPs was half a century ago. I hope that it does not take 50 more years for Congress to hold another, because transparency is desperately needed. I now turn to Ranking Member Crawford for comments he'd like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Moultrie, Mr. Bray, thank you for coming here today. We appreciate it. To begin the open dialogue between Congress and the executive branch on this important topic. While this topic evokes creative imaginations of many, aside from all the hype and speculation, there are important underlying issues posed by UAPs. Despite the serious nature of this topic, I have to say I'm more interested in our understanding of Chinese and Russian hypersonic weapon development, or understanding why this administration was so slow to share actionable intelligence with the Ukrainians. However, inasmuch as this topic may help us better understand unknown activities of Russia and China, I am on board. The intelligence community has a serious duty to our taxpayers to prevent potential adversaries such as China and Russia from surprising us with unforeseen new technologies. As overseers of the intelligence community, this committee has an obligation to understand what you are doing to determine whether any UAPs are new technologies or not. And if they are, where are they coming from? In general, the IC spends much of its time and resources trying to understand what we call known unknowns. When it comes to foreign nations' weapons systems and sensors, known unknowns are those features that we don't fully understand yet. The challenge associated with UAP is that they are completely unknown and require a more expansive collection and analysis effort. The intelligence community must balance addressing known threats to our national security with preventing technical surprise. We must continue to follow the facts where they lead us and ensure that there are no technical surprises. The IC must take it seriously when there are credible observations of phenomena that seem to perform in ways that could pose a threat to safe flight operations, or that could be signs of a foreign adversary's attempt to develop a strategic technological surprise against the United States. It's also essential that our pilots and others feel they can report UAPs they observe without any stigma for doing so. This is the open, unclassified portion of our hearing. We'll have a closed, classified part later. It's important for the public to know that classification of information exists to protect national security, not to try to hide the truth. When we're trying to determine if any UAPs are new technologies being developed by foreign governments, we are inevitably going to run into classified information about what new systems and technologies we do know are in the works here or abroad. But where information does not risk national security, it should be shared with our allies and the public when feasible. I hope that we can have your assurance to this end today. It's my hope that the intelligence community will continue to try to determine the nature of UAPs we've observed, and will keep Congress fully apprised of all developments. I look forward to this hearing and continued dialogue and oversight with the intelligence community on this topic. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and now we'll turn to our distinguished chairman, Adam Schiff, for any comments he wishes to make.
Thank you, Chairman Carson, for holding this open hearing on unidentified aerial phenomenon and for your leadership on this issue. Holding a portion of our discussion today in open session is critical to the cause of transparency and openness, which was Congress's intent in authorizing and funding this new task force. The larger effort that is being undertaken to study and characterize UAP reports is an important step towards understanding these phenomena, what we know and don't know. And I look forward to hearing more during both the open session and the closed setting about how DoD and the IC are undertaking that task. UAP reports have been around for decades, and yet we haven't had an orderly way for them to be reported without stigma and to be investigated. That needs to change. UAP reports need to be understood as a national security matter, and that message needs to go out across DoD, the IC, and the whole of the US government. When we spot something we don't understand or can't identify in our airspace, it's the job of those we entrust with our national security to investigate and to report back. That is why it's important that we hold this open hearing for the public to hear directly from the Department of Defense on the steps it's taking to track, analyze, and transparently communicate the work that is being done on this issue. It is also the responsibility of our government and this panel to share as much as we can with the American people, since excessive secrecy only breeds distrust and speculation. I look forward to hearing how the UAP task force is being stood up, what challenges they still face, and how this committee can make sure the task force is able to shed light on one of the world's most enduring mysteries. I thank you gentlemen for your work, and be very interested to hear what you have to say. To me, among the most fascinating questions are these phenomena that we can measure. That is, instruments report there is something there. It is not the human eye confusing objects in the sky. There is something there, measurable by multiple instruments, and yet it seems to move in directions that are inconsistent with what we know of physics or science more broadly. And that to me poses questions of tremendous interest and as well as potential national security significance. So we look forward to hearing what you're able to report to us today in open session. And I want to thank Chairman Carson again for his extraordinary leadership on this issue, and I yield back.
Okay. Okay, let's have a screen share. All right, everyone. So as you can see, there's much more of that hearing, but as you can see, the seriousness, the national defense seriousness of them, they look excited because they're trying to figure out what these things are as well. Of course, they have a classified and a declassified section of the meeting, and of course, a lot of them are aware and in contact with some of the flying phenomenon or what they say. But anyways, my thoughts on it, my understanding on it, this is something I've been studying and interacting with ever since 1993. So none of this is new to me. Yes, there are other conscious beings and existence that are not human, that are not animal type that we know of. They are beyond us. They have been interacting with this planet for millennia. They've come in contact with ancient cultures. They've come in contact with us. There's several different species and different forms of them that exist and will continue to exist, just as we are an advanced species to some creatures that are on this planet who have no idea of our existence, and their interaction with us is very mysterious because they don't see as we see. So they see us interacting with them, such as when a scuba diver goes down to the deep sea and sees an anglerfish, and the anglerfish doesn't see people on a regular basis, and the way an anglerfish sees us, it would be very difficult to interpret that to other anglerfish, and then we just seem to disappear, and then we come back and these creatures are doing the exact same thing with us, and some of them have nothing to do with us. They're not here for us. They're not having anything to do with us. They're just other forms of existence, and now they're starting to interfere with national security because the government couldn't make pacts with all of them. There are thousands of different species, some that the government have agreements with, and some that they don't, some that they don't figure out, and they're saying, well, they could be possibly Chinese or Russian. And what's so interesting is that over in China and Russia, they're having the same phenomenon. they're wondering what these things are too. When you see these things, these reports and these videos, they're coming from all over the world. This is not an American thing, where it's America and China and Russia have these things sending over here. China and Russia are having their phenomenon investigations. Brazil's having their phenomenon investigations. Japan is having theirs. Parts of Africa. It's a world phenomenon where multi-people, thousands of people in the world are seeing these things, and governments have no explanation as to how these things are flying, and they're trying to figure it out. I'm going to show one more clip of some news reports of some of these entities or these things, and then we're going to move on to the next question, the next situation that was sent in, the next donations. Let's go ahead and move on. I'm going to go ahead and play this. Let me see if my hard drive popped back up on. There it is. Boom. It has popped back. We are back in business. And we're going to show, I'm going to go ahead and show something else. And then we're going to go on and see what the other questions are. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. We're just in the midst of it. We got another hour or so to go before I shut it down. We're going to go look into the other questions that were sent. You can ask live questions here. I'm going to go ahead and play something here, and then we're going to go on to the next, because it's nonstop information, nonstop people asking questions, and this is what keeps the podcast going. I'm going to go ahead and play this, put this on. Let me get one more mic check if you can see me and hear me clearly. If you can see me and hear me clearly, I'm ready to continue. Can you see me and hear me clearly? Press A. Uno, one, if you can see me and hear me clearly. Shout out to everybody who is here hanging on. I know that it's late, and it is awesome that we are here instead of at the club, instead of hanging out, getting into mischief and on the streets like we used to do in our older days. Those older days may have just been last week. But when we used to go out on a Friday night, we'd be out until 4 in the morning and hanging out. We stayed awake. So we can definitely stay awake when it comes to knowledge and information. If that fuels you just as much or even more, shout out to all those who feed off of brain power and knowledge. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Okay, I see the ones. I see Saba, great time. I see no more clubbing. Let's get this knowledge. Okay, wonderful. Everybody can hear me. Africa Brown can hear me. Kamit says uno. Robert, okay, good. Everybody's pressing 1. I see them now. They don't show up in real time. They don't show up in real time on my screen as they do. Here's Jody. Pops up. Okay, good. Everybody can see me. Stranger says this is like sitting on the bench, but way safer. What? Okay. Africa says Tehuti's Club knowledge. Galaxar says, I can't read it, so small on my screen. Computer implants. I think I'm about to get to crap facts. Okay, shout out to Galaxar and everybody. Okay, kinetic energy can hear me. Everybody's ready. Let's go ahead and play this video here. We have somebody from South Africa just popped up. Is that right? Let me see. Is in South Africa. Let me bring up the screen because the screen is too small for me to read. Hold on, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We got people from South Africa, we people from Australia, people from Canada, people from Trinidad, people from all over the world. Shout out to everybody wherever you are. This is a class based on knowledge, information. If you have a question, again, send it to the Cash app. I only pop in to look at the room every once in a while. Usually it's just when I say press a 1. Other than that, I don't see what's in the chats. I'm too busy answering questions, and I'm in my emails. You can send your questions if you want the get the attention of an answer, if the question is serious enough, through PayPal, Rocky SV, Cash App, TT Amun. Shout out to those who support. I do this for a living. When you send your Cash App or your PayPal, it pops up in the room such as this. I go ahead and answer the question. It pops up in the room like this. You can type your question right there at the bottom. Comedic Yoga Legit. These are some past questions, and I will put it on the screen for everybody to see. Such as that. That's how it pops up. Shout out to those who help control and answer questions as far as how the room is navigated. This is my AI moderator. She says support with the Cash App, TT Amun. And as to the real life moderators, we have Anki M. Ma'at, Nani Aset Mur, Saneti Amun. These are the moderators that help organize the room, guide people through, and make sure that everybody is calm, respectful. If there are any questions that are asked, they make sure to tell them how to get them to me. The latest debates, latest conversations. By the way, this Monday coming up, I will send out Facebook notifications. I have an interview that's going to come up on Monday in St. Lucia. So look out for that update there. My brother wants to interview me in St. Lucia because he says out in St. Lucia there's no real information. You're either Christian or you're Rastafarian. He wants to get my name more out there in St. Lucia, so he's going to interview me from St. Lucia. I will send the flyer out and the information out over the weekend when things are finalized, and you all will get the update. So look out for that. Information like that is what the moderators can help you with. They couldn't help you with that one because that one's actually brand new, just happened. So shout out to everybody, Anki and Ma'at, Nani Asant Mer, Saneti Amun, the awesome moderators for helping the room flow smoothly. Let's get to the video that I'm going to play, and let's get to the next question. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. You are all here to support and help, and I'm here to support and help you. And for example, this is a book that you can inquire about, a 33-page leaflet with information, PDF from myself, and Melanin Dark Consciousness. And this is another one, Stepping Out of the Matrix. You can send in information on how to get that through my email, which the moderators will put in the room. And you can contact me through the email. You can contact me at Tehuti Brown on Facebook, and I will get to you as I can. For those who are watching it on YouTube who might not see what the moderators put in the room, that is my email there on the screen, which you'll be seeing when it replays on YouTube. mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. You can contact me there and find out how to get information there. All right, let's go to the video and on to the next question. So here is the video I'm going to play. I'm going to take my screen out. I'm going to put it on share screen, and here we go, everybody. Enjoy this video on some of the news reports of actual unidentified aerial phenomenon. UAPs is what the government is calling now. They're going to slowly get rid of UFOs, and you're going to hear more UAPs phenomenon, unidentified aerial phenomenon. Okay, here we go, everybody. I'll put this on the screen and I'll press play, and here we are.
Well, they're lights, they're in the sky, and so far nobody really knows what they all are.
A lot of people are looking up. It's because of a mystery in the sky. Is it a balloon, a UFO? Whatever it is, it sure has a lot of people talking.
Have you seen the mysterious lights? The mysterious lights that keep appearing. A mysterious series of lights. Strange lights in the night sky that some are calling UFOs. These are not typical lights you see in the sky. They're not shooting stars. They're not from any type of aircraft that we know of.
They were very bright, almost an amber color. They were not jets, helicopters, or fireworks. There was no sound that we could hear or blinking as on an airplane. They were neither airplanes nor fireworks.
What in the world is this? Or should we say out of this world? A pulsating orb of light.
It's up there and it hovers, kind of a pulsating orb.
These things are so beautiful when you see them. It's like this luminous, pulsating orb of light.
Glowing orbs. A glowing orb was filmed hovering over the city's skyline. The object descended over the famous Dome of the Rock before flickering a few times and then shooting away.
They were kind of like those tiny, bright alien ships from Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
It was exactly something like that, where you see an object and they all just kind of got into a pattern.
They say the lights were moving slowly in geometric patterns.
Appears to be some kind of staggered formation. 2 lights on the outside, 2 on the inside.
Just that they looked like very in formation, that they had a purpose.
And they looked like they were flying in formation perfectly together.
It was just amazing. It's hard to even describe, but they just sat there. They didn't move. They stayed in one position as far as in the same area. And then they just started making different formations.
Sometimes other crafts join it. Sometimes it makes triangle formations.
Last week, the people of Lafayette, population 26,000, looked up at the night sky and saw a strange triangular formation of lights.
Strange red lights, brighter than a star, moving slowly in a triangular shape closer and closer.
6:15, several residents near Stigler in Haskell County have reported seeing triangle-shaped UFOs over the past couple of months.
Now on 7 News at 5:30, a strange sighting above Boulder County a week ago. 3 lights in the night sky.
And check this out. The 3 lights are close to each other, then spread out into this triangle pattern. Now, look at the pattern side by side. This from Manhattan and the other tonight in El Paso. I gotta tell you, they do look eerily similar.
Thousands of people saw these 4 mysterious lights in the sky outside Phoenix Monday night. A UFO.
Could this be a real UFO here in the Garden State?
For now, it's clear this is an unidentified flying object. But is it really extraterrestrial?
Is there an explanation? Is it a flare? Was it the military? Was it an alien spacecraft?
Now, don't shake your head, Rusty, because they could be extraterrestrials. You never know.
Studies have been done that, quote, clearly indicate the likelihood of an extraterrestrial explanation. But there are people sitting out there, I'm hoping there are millions of people watching at the moment, who are saying, this is nutty. Why do we even talk about such things?
The polls show otherwise, Shepard. CNN, Time, Reuters polls, last 10 years, consistently, 50% of all Americans believe the extraterrestrial explanation accounts for these sightings. Up to as many as 90% of Americans believe the government is outright lying. The polls are unambiguous.
What do you think it was? I'm going to say aliens. I'm sure there's all types of different aliens out there.
It just felt otherworldly. In your gut, you could just tell it was otherworldly.
I hope he saw it, and I hope you saw it, and I hope it is real, because if it is, it's wonderful. We're not alone. That's the best.
What do you think those red lights were?
Aliens?
Really?
Disclosure is at hand. It is very close, and the American people need to prepare themselves very soon for an announcement from our government that there is, in fact, an extraterrestrial presence engaging this planet and the human race.
All right, well, there you have it.
Do you think it's time now to let everybody know about this? Are we ready for this?
Whether those in power think it's time or not is immaterial or irrelevant, because these wheels are now being seen over the major cities. And when human beings of intelligence can look up and see these phenomena, or this phenomena, how can you keep hiding it in the midst of thousands upon thousands of people now seeing them? Then when they show up, the people film it. So now, what can you say now? You could say it was swamp gas yesterday. You could say it was a balloon. You could say it was all these explain away techniques of masterful liars and artful deceivers. But today, it is time
Okay, wonderful. Glad you all enjoyed that. And now, get out of it what you must. Things are going on in the world. I know everybody was surprised at the end to see Farrakhan. But yes, everybody from all over the four corners of the world are having these experiences, and whether you are Christian, Muslim, Jew, regardless of your religion, regardless of where you are, there's a phenomenon that's happening all over the planet. In ancient times, it wasn't a phenomenon. Okay, let us continue. We're going to get Louis Farrakhan in the house. All right, everybody, if you can hear me, press 1, press 1, press 1. Press 1, press 1, press 1. If you can hear me. Oh, Raphael is here. Shout out, Raphael. And I'm not sure how long you've been here, but we've been spending the last 25 minutes, 20 minutes or so answering your question on the Pentagon Congress meetings of the once called UFOs, now unidentified aerial phenomenon. If you didn't get to see it all, when it drops, rewind. But there is your answer, my brother, on some information. Of course, there's much more. But boom. Let us continue. We're going to go on to the next and see. So thank you for that support and thank you for that question. Brother Raphael, who always is sending in great questions. All right, wonderful. Okay. Yes, you just got here. Okay. Well, you will love it. Okay, so let's go and get into some of the. Whoa, there is a lot. Oh. There is a lot. This has jumped. Who is this here? We have Matthew McDowell again with the support, but with no question. Hold on, let me do this. Here we go. Matthew McDonald shot out. Oh my, okay, hold on a second. That's 4, right? Yes. Shout out to Matthew McDonald, Truth Seeker. Truth Seeker, we're going to go ahead and put you in the room here. Boom. Put you on the screen, June 3rd. There we go, Truth Seeker. And I'll close up Raphael Gary. Let me get back to the screen, everybody. Shout out to Truth Seeker who sent $10. Let me go to the room. Is Truth Seeker, are you in the room? Truth Seeker, are you in the room? Let me go ahead and put you on the screen. Boom. Relay. Lacey. June. So interesting. Still getting used to this Mac, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for supporting to give me the ability to get a Mac. But it is sometimes complicated. The search engine is the way that the search is very complicated. I can't do it like this. I'm gonna have to screen share it. Yeah, it's not doing it this way. We're gonna cancel this. We're gonna go ahead and just do a screen share. Screen share. Here it is. Matthew McDowell, Truth Seeker. Shout out to Truth Seeker. I'm gonna put this in the room here and share the screen so you all can see it. Screen share. Boom. And shout out to Truth Seeker, sending the $10. Appreciate it for emailed question. So everybody in the room, if you can possibly, please put your questions in. I think this happened to me and Truth Seeker before, where the email was and the question is it's further up. I don't get it till later. If you can possibly try to shorten the question and try to fit it in the Cash App. Cash App gives you an amount of spaces to type something. If not, if you can't fit it in, yes, email it or do it PayPal. PayPal will give you a whole paragraph to write. If not, I will look for it, Matthew. I'll look for it, Truth Seeker, and see if I can find it. I have to scroll up because these things are coming in email, so I will look for it. But shout out to the $10. Appreciate the support. Shout out to Truth Seeker. Shout out to you, Truth Seeker. Let me go back to the email and see if hopefully his question is right above that. And yeah, I think it is. Let's see. It is. Okay. Lucky. It came right after. Okay, let me go ahead and put this up here. Everybody to see. Oh, come on now. Hold on. Why did it disappear? It's Shift 4. Still getting used to the Mac. So he actually sent a thank you. Go ahead and put this on the screen here. Oh no, that's not it. Okay, screen share. Okay, shout out to Matthew. Here is his question on the screen. And he says, oh no, I can't make this big. He says, thanks for the awesome answer on last week's Podclass. Very detailed and informational. Thank you. What is your knowledge on Bigfoot? I've heard these beings are very highly intelligent, spiritual energy, telepathic, perhaps trans-dimensional. I'm interested in what your knowledge is on Sasquatch. Okay. Let me go ahead and X this out. Stop screen share. All right, Truth Seeker, are you in the room? Raphael Gary's comment is still up. Let me get that off. Yes, PayPal. Yes. That will give you the ability to send in the question. And I'll be able to see it. Okay. All right. So this is what I have to. I'll say this for now. I'm not going to give a big elaborate breakdown on this one. Maybe I'll do so next week because I'm going to give my experience with it, my encounter, my personal experience, plus a little bit of knowledge. So in the creation, in the Inki Ninma creation tablet, the Akkadian tablet, it describes the process of the enhancing of man from what appeared to be the Homo erectus state to a Homo sapien state. And in that process of that creation, there was a lot of genetic errors and mistakes that took place that left, let me see if I can fix this. 1 second, everybody. Okay, that's better, but okay, I'm clear. Okay. Yes, the tablet of Inki and Ninma, which describes several genetic mistakes. And some of these genetic mistakes are resulted in hirsutism and creatures that were not fully ape-like and not fully what we call humanoid-like. And some of them escaped highly intelligent beings, but still were part more primate than us. We're all primates, but when I say more primate, I mean more closer to the most common recent ancestor. Which the most common recent ancestor, when you look her up, that they call Lucy, and the other creatures that were found around her back in 1974 by Dr. Leakey, they were extremely hairy but upright-looking creatures that were walking around, more intelligent than the monkey, but not quite as intelligent as the Homo sapien. On top of that, you had genetic breeding and mixing that was taking place, that is recorded in these tablets, which enhanced the, when they added what's called the Tiamat, their blood life, to the evolutionary man that was on the planet. They made that evolutionary man highly intelligent, and some of them escaped, which is recorded. Now, interestingly enough, the for those who are into Zecharia Sitchin, there's a lot of controversial thoughts on him, but he did put out an interesting book, The Lost Tablets of Enki. Whether you believe in it or not is another conversation, but just for those who are into that research, he kind of concluded the tablets into one large story. And in that book, I believe it's on page 139. Page 139 of that book states that the Lulu Amalu are the creatures that were created in the image of the Anuna, came out with skin that was the color of the mud of South Africa, the dirt and clay of South Africa. But those who had escaped, or those who were savage, were extremely hairy creatures that were actually escaped. And this resulted in what people are calling, this is one of the results, because there's also the Gigantopithecus bishopi, and there's also all type of creatures on this planet, where if you were to see these things, you would think that it was a monkey, but yet it's standing upright. It is extremely highly intelligent, and if you saw that, you would call that a Bigfoot. All these terms like Bigfoot and Sasquatches are just human terms for anything that anybody sees that is extra hairy, but it appears to be more intelligent than an average monkey and walks upright. They give it these names. These creatures don't call themselves that. Now, me personally, I will give you my personal experience with one of these creatures, because I have had an experience directly with something that is something that would be described as a Bigfoot, because Bigfoot and Sasquatch don't describe anything specific. So there's no species called a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch. There's no such thing as a species of that. There's just anything that anybody sees that appears to be very hairy, much taller than the average person, and kind of and more intelligent than a monkey. Our modern term is Bigfoot, Sasquatch. We actually don't know what to call these creatures, but I myself have seen one, seen something that was described as this, and it was when I was about 14, 15 years old, and I was out on one of my hunts, as I usually go on my animal hunt, and I went down into a pond-like area, an area that was like a pond. It was off of a highway, and when I went down there, I saw what are those fish? They start with a C. Carrot. They're like tilapia. They're like I forgot what they're called. They have big scales and they start with a C. I forgot what they're called, but anyways, I saw a pond that was drying up, and these kind of fishes with the big scales, they're like scavenger fishes, and they were partly out of the water. They're partly out of the water because the pond or whatever it was was evaporating, and you could see their backs out of the water, and they were swimming around, but they couldn't be fully submerged in the water. This attracts a lot of predatorial animals when they come across this opportunistic environment. Where I was at the time, there were bears living in this area. There were different type of predatory animals. And so I went down there to get a good look. I wanted to see if there was any turtles. I was into catching turtles and water snakes and things like that. I didn't care much about the those fish that start with the letter C, carps. That's what they're called, carps. I didn't care much about the carps, but they attracted me to see what else was in the water. And when I went down there, I was looking through the waters and I heard a sound or something behind me, a little bit up on the hill area, maybe about 30 feet behind me. And when I looked back, I saw I don't know how to describe it. It was it was extremely huge. It had a lot of hair on it. It kind of looked like an ape, a bear. The face didn't have any hair though. The face looked more humanoid-like. Didn't have any hair, but it was standing up, not like an animal, and seemed like it was afraid of me, because when I looked back, it went behind a tree. It was peeking out, looking back at me. I was looking back at it. It would come back out. It was like we were both afraid of each other. I didn't know what this thing was, but it definitely looked like some type of it looked like what people describe as a Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever the word is they use. But I myself saw this thing. It had a person's face, and it looked like it was one of the creatures that were coming down to get the fish, because that type of environment attracts predatory animals. It definitely was not a bear. In the country that I was in at the time, there is no monkeys that lived in that country at that time. It was something, and it was afraid of me, and I was afraid of it, and I didn't know what to do. It didn't know what to do. And then it eventually got out of there, and it definitely was hair all over its body. And it was very interesting. I didn't know what I was seeing at the time. I didn't know what it was. And as I got older, people started showing me pictures of Bigfoot, Sasquatch, and things like that. And when I saw the images of what they were showing me, I said, that's the thing I saw. I saw that. It was in the woods, and it was definitely intelligent, and it wasn't acting like an animal whatsoever. It didn't make a sound. It was very quiet, and it was peeking and probing, and as I went like this, it went back. It was very interesting. But that is my personal experience with what people would call a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch. I don't call them that, because that's the movie terms, and it belittles the seriousness of what these creatures are. There's all type of creatures out there. So that is my personal experience of that. There are things called the Gigantopithecus and other bones that were found that match what people would think is a giant with hair on its body. We don't know what these things are. I can't give any factual information of the species, what their agenda is, where they live. I do know that people see these things. I'm one of the people. And that's what I have to say on that particular topic, because I don't have any specific facts on them, because they're very, as people say, very elusive. There's not much have been captured or examined. We don't know what those things are, but definitely I've seen them with my own eyes. Thank you, Truth Seeker, for that. If I get more information that could help you, maybe next week I'll drop a little bit more on it, but that's my experience with that type of creature. I can't say what they are. I know that they're described in ancient tablets as hairy and part animal-like, part human-like. We don't know what exactly they ended up being or what they are. But thank you for that. Appreciate the support, and that's what I have to say on that topic. So thank you, Truth Seeker, for that. Interesting. I never know what kind of questions I'm going to get, but I appreciate everybody. Thank you for that, Truth Seeker. We have Owen. Owen Hythe again. Owen Hythe again. Shout out to you, my brother. We're going to put you in the room here. And he gives the sacred numbers again, 2172. I'm going to go ahead and put that in. And then I'm going to go ahead and let me get a different view. Icon view. No, I want. 1 second, everybody. My computer just locked up. Okay, we are back. We are back. No, that's Matthew. Where is Here he is. I'm gonna go ahead and Matthew again. Why does it keep showing Matthew? Hold on. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and let me show the screen here. Shout out to Owen Hythe. That's the brother who sent the biggest donation we've ever seen in the Podclass, and he is sending more just to give respect, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I work hard here, and shout out to you. Let's go ahead and put that in the room here. Boom. Scroll this down. Is this you right here? Here it is right here. Shout out to Owen Hythe, 2172. Giving the numbers again for supporting the high priest. Shout out to you, my brother, and shout out to you and your support and your sister and everyone in your family who is being affected by this information. Appreciate that. Let me go and take it back off of the screen share. One moment. Stop screen. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Thank you for that. And Truth Seeker, yes, I like to see everybody's comments. Says, I'm glad to hear your experience. I did not know that you did encounter Bigfoot. Yeah, and it's definitely encountered something out there, my brother. Something out there. Master Key says swamp thing. We don't know what to call these things because they definitely don't communicate with us. They actually want to stay away. Shout out to Nania Setmer who says Tehuti Podclass, only true teachings. Manifesto said, pink man face. Yeah, it did have like a pink face. Africa Brown, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Again, okay, so let's get to it. We have a few more to go through. Like everybody knows, you all know how it goes. If there are questions as it gets later on in the day, in the evening, if there are questions that are sent in, I can't get to them, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put them for the next week, and everybody gets their answers. Billadu. Oh, shout out. Okay, here we go. We got another one. Another one here. Oh, Yuan Billadu. Yes, I'm familiar with this. 1 second, everyone. Let me I'm navigating. Hold on. I'm navigating. Let me see. Give me a moment here. Is this it? Open invalid characters. 1 second, everybody. I'm having a little word found unreadable. Trust the source. Yes, I trust the source. One second, everyone. I'm trying to get to something, and I'm having a little bit of issue. Maybe I can get to it like this. Got it. Okay, where is he? Where is I do all this manually. Okay. Oh my. Okay. Back to the Gmail. Johan Billadu. Sorry, everyone. There's okay. Shift Alt 4. Here we go. Still didn't work. Shift Alt 4. All right, here we go. Shout out to Johan Billadu for the $4.50. $4.57. Sent a question. I'm gonna answer a little briefly here. So we can get this in the room. You know what? I'm gonna try something, everybody. Hold on. Let me try to do something here. See if I can expedite. The timing. Okay. We're going like this. Branding overlay. And desktop. I found a great way to do it. Here it is. Okay. I found a good way to do it. Here we go. There we go. Boom. Got it. Johan Billadou, $4.50. Thank you. And it says, do you believe in the idea that some crystals have energy that can help you manifest what you want? Great question. Good question, because this is what a lot of the New Age people teach, that there are crystals that you can do this and that with and manifest what you want. One moment, everybody. Let me close this. Close this. One moment. Okay, everybody, if you can hear me, press 1 again. Press 1. If you can hear me. I don't know why this is doing that. Okay. I need to get this light better. Okay, that's better. So, it's a little better. Let me get to the room and see if they're pressing 1s, if they can hear me. Stranger Hicka. Oh, hey, Jesus is here. Jesus Marquez, shout out to you. I'll move this. Okay, so are there any crystals that can help manifest what you want? There is only one crystal that can help you manifest what you want, and that crystal already exists in your brain. The one that exists outside of your brain is actually poisonous. The one that you can find in a cave is actually poisonous. The one that exists inside of your body is the one that you can use. As far as all the pretty crystals that you can buy in the New Age shops, no, there's actually no verification that any stone helps you manifest what you want. At the same time, you can use any stone to help you manifest what you want. You can use any stone. There's no scientific proof. There's no evidence or information that any stone in a cave gets you what you want. But you can use a crystal to get you what you want, to manifest something by using it in a way that works. It's not NLP. It's not NLP because it's not linguistic, but it's dealing with a sense of touch, and it's dealing with a sense of you repeating something in your mind with any crystal that you are attached to. You can keep a crystal. You can do this with any rock or anything that you find interest in. Some people are interested in tiger's eye. Some people are interested in quartz. Some people are interested in amethyst. And you can take that crystal and you can hold it in your pocket, and you can touch that crystal every time you think of something that you want. You can stare at that crystal. You can do this with anything. It's not necessarily the crystal. It's you triggering your own self to manifest energy that you want, to manifest something. The crystal that exists that can actually be used to reach out into the earth grid is magnetite. That's the one. But that exists already inside of you. It's not a rock that you can go get, and if you do find it, I would suggest not to keep it with you because it can be poisonous. I'm going to go ahead and show you something. And this is the crystal here. I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share. And let's see if we can, boom. Okay, everybody can see the screen. Wonderful. I'm actually going to expand this a little bit. Okay. If you all can see the screen, this is from a class I taught once on Killer Priest show on remote viewing. I'm just going to give a little bit here because it is getting late. But living organism can produce magnetite. In humans, magnetite can be found in various parts of the brain, including frontal, parietal, occipital, and temporal lobes, brainstem, cerebellum, and basal ganglia. Iron can be found in 3 forms in the brain: magnetite, hemoglobin, and ferritin protein in areas of the brain related to motor functional, generally containing more iron. Magnetite can be found in the hippocampus, the area in the brain that in the amygdala, I've said that word, that helps you with dreams. Hippocampus is associated with information processing, specifically learning and memory. However, magnetite can have toxic effects due to its charge or magnetic nature and its involvement in oxidative stress or production of free radicals. Research suggests that beta amyloid plaques and tau proteins associated with neurodegenerative disease frequently occur after oxidative stress with the buildup of iron. Okay, some researchers also suggest that in humans possess magnetic sense, proposing that this could allow certain people to use magnetoreception for navigation, and the role of magnetite in the brain is still not well understood, and there has been general lag in applying more modern interdisciplinary techniques to the study of biomagnetism. It goes on for a little while. But when they studied the magnetite, they found out that small magnetic fields will interact with magnetic resonance imagery, creating contrast. Huntington patients have not shown increased magnetite levels. However, high levels have been found in the study of mice. So they found that bees, pigeons, dolphins are being studied for the ability to use magnetite with the Earth's grid's field to navigate. Okay, there's the Earth's grid's field, and now they did the study on magnetite, this natural element found in the body, first discovered in 1992, that was in the brain, and they put out this article in Biophysics, magnetite biomineralization in the human brain. You can all go research this article. Although the mineral magnetite is precipitated biochemically in the bacteria, protists, and variety of animals, it has not been documented previously in human tissue. Using the ultra-sensitive superconducting magnetometer in a clean tube environment, we have detected the presence, and it goes on to talk about how this ties into you and the magnetic field around you, particularly let me scroll down here. Between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere. Where is it? This is a long thing. I'm not going to break this whole thing down, but and the Schumann resonance. And so what they found, let me go ahead and close this out here. I'm not going to go through this whole thing right now. But I'm going to say that the element found in the body that's similar to what we would call a magnetite crystal, they found that animals use it to connect themselves to the Earth's magnetic grid, and they're able to get information from grid point to grid point to be able to navigate themselves because they get consciousness through this grid. The Earth's grid has the ability to pull things towards you. It has the ability to communicate with, and you can use your own personal ability to connect and draw things towards you. That is the reality of what's been studied. Ingo Swann studied it. He used it for remote viewing, which was able to capture information from far distances and places while he did not do an out of body. And you're able to see things, you're able to connect with things, pull things towards you, but it is not done through any amethyst, anything they're selling at a store. No, it is not done through that. There's been no proof whatsoever that is what it's been used for. It's not, the people in Kemet didn't do that. This is all new age stuff. When they sell you a stone, and then they sell you a little writing with it that says, this stone will help you get love. This stone will help you get money. This stone will help you solve your problems. It is literally just people writing it on a paper, putting it out, and you buying it because you have the want for it to do that. But in actuality, there's been no stone proven to draw things towards you. There's stones that are cleansing stones, but since you asked specifically, is there stones that can draw things towards you that you want? No, that has not been found. There's cleansing stones, of course, like quartz crystals. Copper is not a stone, it's a metal, but copper cleansing, but it's not going to draw something that you want towards you. When somebody tells you that, they usually don't verify that through any tested, anything that's tested, a tested environment. So a lot of it is placebo, but the beautiful thing is that placebo is real. So even though if you have a stone and you feel that does that, it can actually generate, your belief system can actually draw the thing towards you. And it's not even the stone, it's your own belief in the history of the stone, what it means to you. It could be a pencil, it could be an acorn, it could be anything. We are the ones doing it. It's not the external thing that is doing it. You are you have the ability to draw the energy or draw things towards you, and we use external things to trigger that, but it's really just us, and we don't need any of the external things. That's why animals don't need them, and they use the magnetic grid all of the time. So thank you for that question. Look up magnetite, look up Ingo Swann, look up the studies that were done when they researched how this had the ability to connect you to 7.9, 8.0, and 9 hertz in the Schumann resonance, and they were able to see things and yes, pull things towards them because they could foresee it before it happened. Do research on that. Thank you for that, though. But no, I have not found any stone that it particularly has the ability to do it. You have the ability to do it, and if you want to use the stone to trigger your own ability, more power to you. That's what the Cometians did. They used physical objects to trigger their own memory and their own power. Not that the object itself was doing something. You could do it with a stick. You could do it with anything. It's not the stick that's doing it, though. We'll get into that again next time when there's more time, because it is definitely winding down. But thank you for that question. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Shout out to you for even asking that. And the $4.57, Johan Billadou. Shout out to you. Okay. We have Hika. Is this Hika here? For appreciation. I love it. I love the appreciation. Thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and throw this up in the room. Oh, it disappeared again. It disappeared again. Where's AD? AD! Let me go back to the... this is so interesting doing this manually on a new operating system, the Mac. Here we go. Okay, boom. That's there. I'm going to go back to the room. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to do overlay. I'm going to go boom. And there it is. Perfect. This is easy to do now. I'm figuring out the Mac, everybody. I'm figuring out the Mac. Shout out to Hika. Shout out to Hika. $25 for the support. He says, appreciate you. Thank you, Hika. Are you in the room? Thank you, Hika. I appreciate you for the support. I appreciate everybody for the questions. There it is. Kamit said it exactly right. Some people need these things to help them develop their natural ability. There is this. Kamit just summarized it. That is exactly right. That is exactly right. See, your voice can command and manifest. Exactly right, Kamit. You use the external things to trigger it. I give people rituals all the time with external things. It triggers it until you slowly can give up the external thing. then you realize that you're the thing. You have the ability. And yes, there are external things that can speed up the process. There is technology, of course. I use a Tachyon wand. I use a Tachyon wand to wand my goddesses and do healing. That's a physical wand that's made up of something that I may not have access to in my body as concentrated as how the wand was created. But in the ritual, when I do that, I always say in the ritual, based on how much you believe this will work. Because it is our belief, just like I showed you in the Curlian photography, your energetic auric field, that's what's accepting it into you. When you don't accept it, you form the bar and it blocks you. When you do accept it, the power comes into you and then you can send the power out. It is you that has the ability. You'd be surprised. So thank you, Kamit. That's exactly right. That is the that is true. You're the you have the ability, and you need sometimes people need the physical object to spark that. So shout out to Hika though. Hika, are you in the room? Yeah, here he is. Hika, shout out to you for your support, my brother. When it winds down, when it gets late like this at night, I appreciate the support. See if I can do something here. Oh, I appreciate the support because sometimes I'm getting tired, and I've been here breaking down answers since 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock or so, 7:30. So yes, I appreciate the support. And let me go through a couple more, and if there's some I can't get to, of course. What will I do, everybody? I will do what you see me always do, which is answer the question extremely thoroughly in the next class. You will not be abandoned. Nobody has been abandoned. Oh, wow. Here we go. Hold on. Here we go, everybody. Is this, where's YouTube? Okay. Hold on, everybody. One moment. I see my man Black Alucard in the building. Black Alucard in the building to rock the building again, to shake the room again as he always does. Let me go ahead and put him. I see him here, and I see him with another big donation. Scott Reiger, shout out to Scott Reiger, another consistent one. We got someone here named Apis Ra El. Some powerful deities mixed in there. Okay, here we go. Is this him? Overlay. Is this no, that's not him. Here it is. Open. Okay, shout out to Black Alucard. Black Alucard. Awesome. Again, there is Black Alucard. Black Alucard with the support. He always supports. He gets a round of applause again. He's always sending the huge $50 donations. When I see donations like this, you get an extra round of applause, especially when you're so consistent. Give him another round of applause. Give him more. There we go. Give him another one. Thank you, my brother. Because he's so consistent. He is so consistent, though. He is really, really consistent. Black Alucard, who was in the room as Boss Fee, by the way, everybody. If you all may be wondering, well, where's Black Alucard in the room? So he's in the room as Boss Fee. Shout out to you, Boss Fee. We have someone in the room named Dreamwork. That's interesting. That's the actual name of what I do with my wand. I call it Dreamwork. So shout out to Dreamwork. So Black Alucard, shout out to you if you're still in the room. I don't see you because I don't see the I don't see it in real time as you all see it, the room, the comments. You all see it before I see it. Oh, we got Uzamin. Ooh, oh man. They blow the screen so I can see this name properly. We got Ooze my nem. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. We got 90 outside Murr says Black Alucard, thanks. We got Sanetti Amun putting up the black thumbs up. That's a real dark hand. He's putting up the melanated thumb. We got Scribe saying Ashe. We got Commission saying Noise. If Commission says, I know somewhere as I scroll up, Commission has a donation in here. He's saying nice, but thank you, Commission, because not Commission, Commit 101. I know somewhere in here he's about to get a hand clap too. Watch this. He's somewhere in here. Let's go back. So shout out to that Black Alucard. If you're still in the room, Boss Fee. Shout out to that. You are awesome. Let's go up and see. Oh, and of course, who's right after Black Alucard? Oh, I spoke just on time, right? What is oh yes, Kamit, of course Kamit is right after Black Alucard. These are the teammates and the highest donations ever. These are the, let me go ahead and, oh, my eyes are getting blurred, hold on. These are the tag team donation, tag team donators, that's what I'm gonna call them. These guys are back to back with the watch this, everybody. Watch this. Watch where's Kamit? Let me see, where is he? Let me cancel this, sorry. Watch what Kamit did again. I'm gonna go ahead and shrink this. Kamit, man. Did I lose him? Here he is, he's in here. I'm gonna find, oh, here it is. Kamit, there it is, boom. Kamit with the mystical, look what Kamit did, everybody. Back to back with Black Alucard, so you already know that Kamit has to get the round of applause. This man with the 72, where is he? 72-27, he always does this. $72-27. Kamit 101. Oh, and he sent shout out to you, Kamit, and he did send a question in. He asked if I saw something. Let me see. It says for Pangea and Ma'at, did you see a mass exodus from the U.S.? I don't know if I understand this question. Pangea and Ma'at? Do you see? Oh, okay. Do you see a mass exodus from the U.S.? And I don't get the Pangea and Ma'at part, but let me go ahead and comment on that. Let me fix the lighting here, everybody. Shout out to you, Kamit. You're awesome always, man. Always supporting. There it is. Let's get some better, a little better lighting. There we go. Over here. Okay. There we go. Let me fix it. Okay. He said, do I see a massive exodus from the U.S.? Do I see one? No, I don't see a massive exodus from the U.S. Thank you for asking, though. I do. There are some people that are leaving, but it's not going to be a massive exodus. As time goes on, people are becoming more attached to the U.S. They're becoming more attached. People are getting dumber. There are some people that are getting knowledge like us, and I will say people like us, but we are definitely the minority when you say a mass exodus. When you're talking about the U.S. with millions and millions and millions of people, even if let's say 200 of us or 100 of us leave, Even if 300 of us leave, that wouldn't be a mass exodus compared to the people that stay, but it would be a lot of people, and there are hundreds of people that are leaving right now. As a matter of fact, a part of my family has already left. They're setting up right now in Ghana. They actually made a trip back to where they're from to go back to Ghana to collect some money to go back to Ghana to purchase some land. I have another person in my family who's working on looking at land in Jamaica, and getting back to me on information on that. There's some acres of land that we may be working on out there. So as far as our consciousness, yes, I do see several of us leaving this place. But the masses of people leaving, no. But yes, us, I do see absolutely. People are beginning to realize that the U.S. is not a place, especially in the direction it's going with, our current presidents getting worse and worse each one. Our situation getting worse here in the U.S. The smart of those will, yes, want to leave. The smart of us, though, are the minority. Always understand that we're the minority. So even if hundreds of us leave during a course of time, it will not be in the masses. I also understand that as hundreds of us leave, thousands of us are coming here, because you have people from Nigeria, Ghana, Jamaica, Trinidad, who all believe that this is the land of milk and honey. So there's thousands of people actually coming here and getting trapped. I know one person from Nigeria that came here and they started crying. They thought it was a land of milk and honey. They came here and made money, but the money they made wasn't equivalent to the happiness they had in Africa without the money. And they had the big house and the car and everything, but they were crying because they left a more natural environment that they actually enjoyed more than the new Mercedes Benz. So yes, talk to me about that outside of here. Plans of leaving and such things like that I talk about. I don't talk about them openly on the Podclass with that topic, because I make moves like that. Moves like that are to be discussed outside of the public. But thank you for that question, Kamit. That is a great question. That's a great question. And if you actually want to build upon doing such, we can do it. Oh, you said a question was sent to the Gmail. Okay, I'm gonna look through the Gmail and scroll up and see if I see it. But thank you for what I did read on the screen. And any more details on that topic, we'll have to talk outside of here. But shout out to that huge donation. I'm glad you're appreciating the pod class. It's another awesome one. Thank you, Kamit. Oh, wait a minute. What does this say? I think I see your question. What was? Okay, do you want me to read this, Kamit? Is this like personal? This looks like something just for me and you to talk about. It looks like your personal. Is this something you want me to read the Cash App part, but then this part here just this just for me? This part here that you sent seems like something personal. Oh, cool. Read it. Okay. Let me go ahead and read this from Kamit here. Let me go ahead to the screen, and I'm gonna go ahead and read it. Kamit says read it, so I will go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and just do a screen share, and I'll read it. I'll read it right off the email. Where's the room? Here's the room. Okay, here we go. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. And okay, so here it says Pangea versus Ma'at. Tehuti, what was the state of Ma'at during Pangea era? Also, I'm thinking of a move for my family to Suriname to escape this madness. The country is 80% originals and has an excellent dollar to Suriname dollar exchange rate of $1 American. Oh wow. $1 American to 21 Suriname dollars. Do you foresee a mass exodus from the US? Sent money via Cash App. Thanks. Let me take it off screen share. Oops. Get off screen share. Okay, awesome exchange. Awesome exchange. I hope the living expenses matches the exchange too. Suriname though should be very, very cheap. That is awesome. And yeah, we'll talk about more of that. That's an interesting choice. I've actually never heard any of our people talking about that particular place to move to, Suriname. And then you asked about Pangea. So for those who don't know what that is, let me go ahead and explain what the concept of Pangea is. And let me get a mic check. If you can hear me, get a mic check. Press 1 if you can hear me and see me. We're gonna go a few more minutes, and then I'm gonna close up and get to everybody's. The question I haven't got to, we're gonna get to them next week, but it's getting definitely late out here. Press 1 if you can see me clearly. Press a 1 if you can see me. Let me check. See? I see ones. I see ones. Okay, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Everybody can see me. Okay, so for those who don't understand, for those who don't know, what the brother's asking about, he asked about what's the state of Ma'at in Pangea, and I want to state that there is a huge misunderstanding about Pangea. Get some water. In the Black conscious community, there is this narrative that the earth was all one place. Now this is true. The land masses were all one place, and we were able to, because they were all connected, we were able to migrate from place to place because it was one big land mass. So we know that the ancient word in the Assyrian language, or the Kiengi Imigi, or Kiengi language for earth, was Ki. This concept came from the earth god, or the earth Anuna, Enki, which was Lord of the Earth. Ki Engi, Black Earth gods, Black Earth lords. Ki, that developed the word Ki. When it got into Greece, the Ki became G, and this created words like Gaia and Geo. And so from there, we have geometry, geometrics. Geo is a word now for Earth. It's when the letter K and the G becomes interchangeable. And I explained this before, how the letter K and the letter G becomes interchangeable because the letter K used to be a G, and the original G used to be a K. It sounds a little confusing, but when you have words like know, K-N-O-W, it was originally Gno. It was G-N-O, and that's where you get the word gnostic from. So G became Geo for earth, and it originally came from Ki, which was the ancient Uruk or Akkadian way of saying the earth. Then you have the Greek word Pan. Pan, of course, was a Greek god, but the word itself means to be across or to be abroad. So when they combined this concept together, they created the term Pangea. So Pangea is a concept of the earth being all together as one. And because black people heard this, we started thinking that we were all an ancient civilization, and that's how all the cultures intermingled, because we were able to just walk across throughout the earth. The problem with that is that Homo sapiens sapien, or Homo sapien, the thinking man that we descended from, is around 300,000 years ago, and most of the MRCA, or the most recent common ancestor, is around 250 or 200,000 years ago. As far as Homo sapien, even the Lucy MRCA, or the Lucy most common recent ancestor, is around 2 million or so years ago. The problem with the Pangea concept, and wondering if Pangea and what was the state of Ma'at in Pangea, is that during the state of Pangea, the only state of Ma'at, was what the word literally meant, which was just order. But there was nobody following Ma'at. There was no civilization, because the Pangea time period is around 335 million years ago. 335 million years ago. And then the break took place around 200,000 years ago, but the Pangea is older than any human civilization. Okay, so you're talking about a break that took place, a time period that goes back to like the Jurassic time period. There was no people known to have walked the earth with any type of civilization. There was no teachings of Ma'at. There was no pyramids. There was none of that existed 335 million years ago. So the break took place 200 million years, or about 199 million years before Homo sapien, and Homo sapiens' first development wasn't even a development of a culture or a civilization yet. Civilization and culture as we know it came about according to writing around 40,000 years ago, but according to artifacts and anthropology, we'll say goes back about 12,000 or so years ago. Even if it goes back further, the evidence is about 12,000 years ago, because there was a time of an ice age where civilizations or people had to be underground. But anyways, whether we believe it was 12,000 years ago, 40,000 years ago, or 36,420 years prior to the 5th dynasty, which would have been the time of Zep Tepi, all of that was 199 million years after Pangea separated, and 334 plus million years when it was together for any creature to be walking around. This is even before the monkey. The monkey, or the ape, the primates that we are connected to through the most recent common ancestor, even they are only 30 million years old. So this is even before creatures as we know it, and definitely before humans as we know it, to practice any such thing of Ma'at or anything. So at this time, there was nobody practicing anything. There were dinosaur type creatures on the planet, and nobody was there to practice any type of Ma'at or any type of spiritual practice. So the whole concept that the earth was one, and we walked from here to the Americas, and we walked from here to India and all this, there was no we to walk. It existed way before Homo sapien man, and way before civilized man was able to walk and bring any information anywhere. But thank you for that, Kamich. You're always supporting. I appreciate that, my brother. Appreciate that, man. If you want to know anything else, you can always send me another question, and it doesn't even have to be a cash app. You can send it directly to my inbox, and I'm still going to answer it because you're so dedicated and loyal. Okay, so we got a couple more before we close out. Let's go ahead and Jermaine Arcad is here. We got Arcad, awesome Arcad. We're going to put him in the room. Shout out to Arcad. Who? Where is he? Oop, where'd he go? Hold on a second. I'm going to shrink this down. Boom. Where is Arcad? Arcad, there he is. I'm going to go Arcad. Overlay. Is this him here? Shout out to Arcad here. I believe he's in the room still with the 777 who says, peace and love, just support. Thank you. I appreciate the support. 777. Sacred numbers are meaningful numbers. Shout out to you, Arcad. Let me check in the room real quick, see if you're in here. Appreciate that. And I'm not seeing the room in real time, so I don't know who is. I see stranger. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Arcad, if you can hear me. Okay, let's move on to more supporters with who's this? Nathaniel. Nathaniel, are you in the room, Nathaniel? Let me go ahead and do this. Nathaniel, are you in the room? Are you in the room, Nathaniel? I think that's Nat Turner, right? Shout out to Nat Turner. You in the room, Nat? Let me check the room and see. Nathaniel, are you in the room? 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 I'm not seeing the recent chats. Hold on, everybody. Let me I'm not seeing the wait, it's not showing me the recent chats. Hold on, everyone. Oh, here we go. Okay, there's everybody. That is strange. That is very strange why it's not showing me the... It's not going all the way to the bottom. That is... Okay, here we go. It won't go to the bottom, y'all, but okay, I see... Okay, Nathaniel is here. Shout out Nathaniel. And Nathaniel, let me go ahead and put him. Where is he? He says, was that Nathaniel? Is that him? Shout out to Nathaniel who says, I'm going to blow this up so I can see. How do I utilize the pain of loneliness? Very interesting question, Nathaniel. If let me get back to the room. How do I utilize the pain of loneliness? That is a very interesting question, and I'd love to ask you some personal details on that to address you personally, because people are lonely for different reasons. Some people are lonely because one of their loved ones passed. Some are alone because they're stranded somewhere and they can't get to one of their loved ones, or there's so many scenarios So I would like to I may like to talk to you directly on that one. Yeah, the question is deep because I would like to talk to you about the specific scenario before I go off on a tangent. I've been in a situation of loneliness because someone who I cared about deeply passed away, and I was still in the house that they lived in, and looking around seeing their belongings made me more miss them. It was a combination of missing them and being lonely because their presence was still there. So maybe Nathaniel, you contact me directly. I'll give you a little talk on that, so I can ask you some questions and kind of deal with you directly. I can tell you what I did in my particular situation. In my particular situation, when a person passed, I was completely distraught and lonely. I was literally in the house alone. It was just me and that person in the house, and when they passed, I felt completely alone. I'm already a person who's away from the public. I just went out with my family to this kind of arcade type of thing, and one of my goddesses said, "You look out of place," because I'm not even used to. I stay away from people anyways. But when that person passed, I was completely distraught. I was completely alone, and what I had to do, I didn't utilize the pain. I actually had to get rid of it. I had to get rid of the pain by coming to terms of how that person passed away. That was directly related to what I was teaching them, and they didn't follow. Resulted in them actually dying. So it destroyed me inside even more, and I was completely alone from that person. So I would say, brother, contact me because I need to know more. I need to know more. Definitely need to know more of what you're actually feeling. So the email address, moderators, can you give him the email address? We'll talk about it. That's a real personal question, but thank you. I want to say this. This is a family here. This is like you all really trust my words of wisdom and advice. And it takes a lot for a grown man to ask another grown man that type of question. That's not something that grown men, I've actually never heard any grown man ask that question. So to have the trust that I could actually answer something like that personally for you, I respect and appreciate that. And that's why I would answer it very delicately, personally off of here. Then give some elaborate breakdown that may not even apply to your personal situation. So shout out to the support and the trust of my wisdom to even put that in my hands. Shout out to that. And Sinetia Moon put the email. I'll put it on the screen if you don't see it. That's the email right there. All right. Facts. So yeah, we'll deal with that though. We will definitely deal with that. Emotions is a touchy subject. We all have them, and what affects one may not affect another. So I need to know more. We'll talk, brother Nate. Email me, and we'll get more into it. Thank you for that. Shout out to that, my brother. That was heartfelt question, and we're gonna really dig deep into that. Okay. Let me see what I got here. Julius. Sister Africa, I'm gonna do this one next week, okay? I'm gonna do this one next week. I'm gonna do something for you next week. I see it here. I see it here, but my eyes are getting blurry. I'm getting tired, and this is something I want to give. I want to give a nice answer to. Okay, let me. Oh, you know what? One second, everyone. Let me do something here. I gotta go do all this manually now. Uh-oh. Hold on, everybody. What just happened? That's Africa. Where is she? Africa. Africa. There you are. Okay. I'll put this on. I'm gonna go overlay. I have a lot of work to do here. Okay, here we go. Overlay. Oh, you know what? They're right here on this. Here it is. Africa sends 707. Shout out to you, sister. You're awesome, dedicated, and you sent 707 to ask this question here, and it is monatomic gold really Egyptian? So we'll get it. I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna put a note right here and get into that. Where are you? I'm gonna get into that next week. I'm gonna say that one for next week, okay? Because I'm breaking down. I'm breaking down. I'm breaking down. Okay, let me put for next week. You're in there. You are in there. For next week. So let me see if Africa's even in the room. Let me check Africa. If you're in the room, I will definitely get into that question. I'm gonna save that for next week, where I can give you a more elaborate breakdown because I'm getting tired. I'm breaking down. Me too. Sleepy time. Yes, you may even fall asleep before I even answer. So, my breakdown. So we're gonna get into that next week. I already put a note for that. Shout out to you. Thank you, Africa, for the support. You're wonderful as always. Always supporting. That was Africa. What do we have here? Who's next? Beged Leisure. Mishak is back. Oh, this is huge question. Look at this. What is this? He sent me a paragraph. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is for next week, too. This is huge, huge, huge. Beged, are you even in the room still, Beged Leisure? Misha, are you in the room? This is huge. It's bigger than the screen. Let me see if I can capture this. Let me see if I can capture this here. Okay, hold on, everybody. Oh, come on. What happened? Okay. For next week. Okay, shout out to Beged Leisure. The name for it's already taken. For next week. Okay, let me try this again. For next week 2. How about that? All right, here we go. I'm going to shout out Beged Leisure, who gave a huge question. This question, the questions are huge. Definitely have to get into this next week. Even Beged Leisure's laughing. He sent me a book. He sent me a booklet. Let's see. Okay, shout out to Beged Leisure with the awesome. Oh no, that's not Beged Leisure. Where'd you go, brother? Here it is. This one is huge. Here we go. Shout out to Beged Leisure for the huge donation and interesting question as always. Beged Leisure with the interesting question as always, and you're $50 and up. You get a round of applause, my brother. You are awesome. Always coming through. Beged Leisure, you're awesome, my brother. Awesome. Let me look at this question here. Beged Leisure says, look how long this question is. Okay, let me get to the question here. Beged Leisure says, peace, bro. When I was having a dispute with mortgage companies, I was visited in an out of body by who? Ngini. I assume by young dark-skinned boy. Complexion taught me about grays. Were wounded. So I'm asking you, Saba, what were our ancestors from Kemet those beings that fly in UFO? Oh, he must have sent this question after after I did the Houston Pentagon, because he put UAP is already in his question, which is an unidentified aerial phenomenon. So were our ancestors from Kemet those beings that fly in UFOs? I wonder also if our Ngini maybe he's trying to say Kiingi, what I was saying about earlier. In those vehicles, I wonder if their home is true. Oh man, I don't know. Is true of life in heaven, space, like you said, Ursa Major, and other locations. Bassett guides us. Definitely next week. Definitely bring. This is a lot. Shout out to you, my brother. I'm going to try to sort out the wording of this. I already answered it. You answered it, yes. So, yeah. Beged Leisure, did I already answer this question? I don't even know what's going on. Beged Leisure, did I answer this question already? You said you answered it, yes. Okay. Oh, I've already answered it. Okay. Oh, okay. You must. Okay, I see what happened. You sent this as I was breaking on something else, which answered the question, but before I even got to it. I get it. Okay. One moment, everybody. You know what? I can still touch on something next week, though. But okay, let's move on. It's getting late. Thank you, Beged Leisure. I still may break down the comedic stories of the UFOs next week. Okay, so we have Julius Chapman. We have wait, hold on, who's this? Oh, we have Amun. We have Amun. Amun. Hold on. There we go. But Amun. 1 second. Stop. Doing this manually. Okay, here we go. Where'd he go? Okay. Brand. We're gonna go overlay. We're gonna go here. And shout out to Amun Ma'at Ra. Shout out to Amun Ma'at Ra with the $13 as a gift. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. That is awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. If you're still in the room, thank you. Let me check the room real quick, see if you're in here. Thank you. Okay. Thank you when you do see this or hear this. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next couple more, and then we're gonna shut down the Podclass. Been a late night, everybody. What's this now? This one is who's this? Stranger, of course. One moment, everyone. Okay, one moment. One moment, everyone. I gotta fix this cord. I'm gonna be right back. Give me a moment. Hold on. Okay, we're back. Let me fix these wires. Man Army. Okay, here we go. Okay. Get back on the screen. Oh, ooh, what happened? Okay. All right, peace, everybody. We are back. I am back. We're going through the last of the donations and support. I think I was on Stranger. It says yes. Stranger. Stranger. Here we go. Let me get this. Stranger. Stranger is not a stranger. Oh, Hold on, everybody. Stranger is not a stranger. Let me see. Shift, Command, 4. There we go. Stranger is not a stranger. Let me go ahead and put this here. His support. He is awesome, wonderful, always supporting. Overlay. Is this him already? Oh, it pops up automatically. Wonderful. Look at that. Okay, look at that. That is excellent. It pops up automatically. Okay, I'm figuring out this MacBook. I'm figuring it out. Is this? There it is. Look at that. It pops up automatically. All right, Stranger Sandoval sent $20. He says, let me blow this up so I can see it better. It says, support for the class. Thanks for your hard work, dedication, and unbiased information. Shout out to the moderators and the most respectful and mature chat on the internet. You know what I'm going to do for that? You get a round of applause for that. Because that was great. Because this man is the namer of the moderators. He's the one that named the moderators. I'm going to read it again. This is awesome. I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and read it one more time for everybody. Support for the class. Thanks for your hard work, dedication, and unbiased information. Shout out to the moderators and the most respectful and mature chat on the internet with the heart sign. Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. Let me get that off the screen. Awesome. Thank you, man. Thank you. Where's Stranger? You in the room, Stranger? Thank you, Stranger. Is Stranger in the room? Oh, the Stranger says, be like a duck, calm on the surface, but paddling fiercely underneath. Oh, man. That's great. Be like a duck, calm on the surface, but paddling fiercely underneath. Nice, very nice. I like that. Yes, thank you, Stranger. Thank you. Emanifesto says he's dedicated his life. His life, yes. Thank you all. Stranger says we must protect this man. Thank you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, there'll be a time when protecting me, yes, oh, what's going on here? Thank you. Duplicate, because there'll be a time when I am not here anymore, when I have served my time and I'm not here anymore, and those who are taught continue, protect the knowledge, and as long as I represent the knowledge, appreciate the respect, send me positive energy. And yes, I will be protected. You would be surprised how protected I am. You'd be surprised how protected I am. There have been city council meetings in this city to remove me, meetings, all type of things have been done, and I'm still here. But yes, they want me gone. Okay, let's go to the next. Thank you, Stranger. You're awesome. We got a couple more, and then I gotta pack it up. We got oh, beautiful. Is Rodrigo in here? This is definitely for next week. Definitely. I was ready to break this down about an hour and a half ago. I'm ready to break this down an hour and a half ago. We're gonna definitely get into this next week. Is Rodrigo in here? As Rodrigo or any other name. I want to give a shout out to Rodrigo. Are you in the building? Rodrigo. Is Rodrigo Rigo? Of course it is. Rodrigo is Rigo. Thank you for asking this question. Let me go ahead and put his question on here because I was actually ready to break this down an hour and a half ago. And oh, I see what's happening. One second, everybody. Okay, quite interesting. I was ready to break this down an hour and a half ago, and I think this is it right here. Shout out to Rigo, Rodrigo. I'm gonna put it on the screen. Shout out and respect. He sent Rodrigo Alvarado. Rodrigo Alvarado sent you 2177. I like the numbers. Peace to Tehuti and the Podclass. So he's saying peace to all of you too. He's not just saying peace to me, he's saying peace to all of you. So peace to Tehuti and the Podclass. Could you get into ITI, please, and thank you. I will definitely get. If this was an hour and a half ago, absolutely. It is about to be my bedtime. I already have your answer, but I am gonna definitely maybe open up with the. I have one more, and then I'll go into this one. Let me go ahead and make a note of it right now, Rigo, and I'll give you the answer that you want. Next podcast, I'll open up. You'll be number 2. Open up for it. Okay, let me go ahead and save it as such. You were. Which one was you? Where were you? Where were you? Where were you? Let me go ahead and find you. That's Stranger. Is this you? No, that's Johan. Where did you go, my brother? Where'd you go? There you are. All right, Rigo. We're gonna put you definitely. Put a note here. A note here, which is gonna say for next week. I think we got you. We got Africa. You are. Oh, I gotta put 4 next week. 3. 1 second, everybody. 4 next week. 3. There you go, Rigo. You are locked in. You will definitely be answered when the class starts next week. Let's go ahead and get to the rest of them. A couple more, and then we're gonna close out. We got who is this now? We got. Oh, look at this name. Empathic medium. I see the empathetics with the Z at the end. Empathetics medium. Oh, this question is like is this you, Scribe? This is like Nathaniel's question. Is Lamar Scribe, are you in the house? First of all, let me put this on the screen. You guys are asking some questions, some heartfelt. But I gotta see. Let me see something. Oh God. Empathetic medium. Shift. Is this you, Scribe? Lamar. Different name though. Let me do this again. Empathetic medium. Nice. Okay, let me get to the room. Is this you, Scribe? Oh yes, there you are, Scribe. Nice. Nice. We'll Shout out to you with the shout out to you the donation question. You're awesome. I'm gonna give you a. Is this you? Okay, empathetics mediums with a 3372. 3372. You're gonna get a hand clap because you are constantly. There's no podcast where you're not donating these kind of high numbers. So shout out to you, my brother, for your consistency. You're always sending in the high appreciation numbers. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. You are consistent, my brother. Okay. Let's get to the question here. And the brother sent 3372, the sacred numbers again. And the question says, to Asaba Tehuti, my goddess has a question. What is a way to help someone through a grieving process of a recently transitioned loved one? All right, let me get to the room and see if I see you, Scribe. Where are you, Scribe? You here? Okay. This is another one of those questions again. I may have to talk to you outside of here, depending on who the loved one is. These are questions that I have to talk. First of all, I appreciate that you all trust me with these questions. Wait, let me get a 1 if you can hear me. Somebody's happened to the screen. Check 1. Mic check if you can hear me. Check 1. Mic check. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, press a 1. Okay, good. You guys can hear me. Okay, good. Glad you all can hear me. So, Scribe, let me talk to you. I need to know more because, depending on who the person was and what the person meant to your lady here, like I said, I went through my situation with the sister that transitioned, and it was completely devastating. It was completely. Let me get this off the screen. Completely devastating. It was very, 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 very devastating to me, and I had to deal with it in specific ways because of who the person was and what they left behind. It helped me deal with the situation, but it was a very intricate thing. So maybe send me a direct message. Send me a direct message, and maybe I'll jump on a little video with you and talk. You're a great supporter. You're always supporting. You're consistent. So send me like a message, and then maybe sometime this Sunday I'll get on a chat with you and maybe even your lady, or maybe she can tell you more. I need to know more on that to comment. But thank you. Thank you. E-Manifesto, sorry for your loss, my brother. I just saw the screen says you lost a father you never knew. Yeah, it's strange. It's very strange. I did as well. I lost a father. Didn't know it was my father. These things are strange. How the mind has to deal with these situations. Everybody stay strong though. Okay, I'm gonna get to the next one here. So, Lamar, brother, Scribe, just contact me. We'll go from there. Okay. Oh, we got Stephen Escalar as the second to last person. Always with the awesome support. Always, always, always. Always, always, always. Let me get to the screen here. Yeah. Message me on Facebook. There we go. Yep, you're right. You're right, stranger. We're all connected, believe it or not. Absolutely. Um, Stranger says, great class tonight. So many authentic questions. I like that. Authentic questions. That's a good description of the questions. They are authentic, yes. Shout out to Steven, one of my students who also has set up personal one-on-one classes with me. And he sends a support of $30. Shout out to you, my brother. You're consistent too. I'm gonna start giving everybody hand claps. You're consistent too. Appreciate it. What is happening here? He has great questions. This brother is responsible for motivating some of the greatest classes here. The Ptah Buddha class, that was him. So shout out to you, my brother. You're consistent. You set up one-on-one classes. Shout out and respect to you, my brother, for the support and consistency. You, Lamar, Boss Fee, Kamid, Comedic Metal G, Pika, Africa, Owen Haiti, everybody. I didn't name you because there's so many people. Neto the greatest. All of you guys, Neto the greatest, and everybody who just consistently supports. I appreciate it. Thank you, my brother. We have one more before we close. We got one more before we close, I believe. Let me see. Oh no, that is Nathan, Nathaniel Turner. Let me refresh and see if that's it. Yeah, that is it. And Nathan sent me an email. Okay. We'll talk, Nathan. We'll talk. Let me go ahead, everybody. Wonderful Podclass. Absolutely wonderful Podclass. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Kamit with Home Altar. Shout out to Darius McNear, who says the world is mind, the universe is mental. Keras 1. Shout out to that statement. That's actually in my book of one of the principles that they turn into a hermetic principle. It's in Melanin Dark Consciousness. Awesome statement. Energy never dies. First law of thermodynamics. Wonderful. Shout out to you, stranger. Shout out to Rigo, Darius, Kamit, E-Manifesto, who says thanks to Saba for his genuine energy. E-Manifesto, shout out to you. Feel strong and have that motivate you to be the father that your child is connected to. Let all these situations be lessons for everybody. Shout out to Scribe. Shout out to you, Scribe. Shout out to Robert Williams. Shout out to Hicka. I think some people dropped off. Some people fell asleep. Like I don't see Jody anymore. Some of my moderators are gone. Thank you for everybody hanging in there. It is late class. I'm seeing the same names over and over again. Darius McNear, Kamit, Stranger, Scribe. Darius McNear, Kamit, Stranger, Scribe, Rigo. Manifesto, it's the same names. You guys are the last survivors in the class. Those are the names I'm seeing here. All right. I see. Okay, I see more names popping up. I see the Schlacken. Shout out to the Schlacken. The Schlacken S. What a name. Interesting name. Shout out to Master K. Shout out to everybody in the Tehuti Podclass. You all are awesome. We're going to end off with the affirmation. And I'm actually going to do a little bit of branding before I end off. To everybody who just came in, who is watching this, I want you to definitely ask questions, seek ma'at. I want you to know that you can support through donations to the PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App, TT Amun. Thank you all for your support. I have writings available that you can email me about. Melanin Dark Consciousness. You can definitely email me about that. Stepping Out of the Matrix. You can definitely email me about that. My moderator, the AI moderator, says, support with Cash App, questions, TT Amun. Even if you're watching this on YouTube and you want to send support in between the classes, you can. From my real life lovely moderators, named by stranger, we have Unki M. Ma'at, Nani Aset Mur, Saneti Amun. These are the people that are my assistants, that are helpful, keeping the room under control, keeping everybody satisfied with how to navigate. We are all about the truth. I love them all. You all are great. And thank you for the respect that each of you moderators give me and the constant appreciation that you all give me. This is the Tehuti Podclass. We are all about ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Okay, and so are the moderators, and so are all the students. Anki Ma'at, Nani Aset Mer, Saneti Amun. Love you all, and everybody represents ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. This is the Tehuti Podclass, where we are all about facts, information, no insulting. You can come here and ask your questions, and they will be answered. Shout out to everybody that has hung in there to the end. I know that it's late. Stranger put hearts. You all are awesome. Robert put, I'm not sure, hand claps. Shout out to all you. We're going to say the affirmation to end off. And the affirmation is, let me move this from the screen. The affirmation is, Anki Amad un MS, Nin Tet Aset and Mayat, Min Habapet and Mayat, Her and Hukiui per Ikut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. By being surrounded in darkness, I come forth as conscious light. Thank you all for attending the Tehuti Podclass. All of you who supported, I appreciate you. You are all wonderful. You are all awesome. Thank you for your questions. 1 second, I have the camera off for just a moment. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for keeping the chat alive. Thank you for wanting to protect me, the truth, wanting to stand up for what the truth represents, even outside of the Podclass. That's where it counts. This information counts when you're outside of the Podclass. Okay, inside of the Podclass, you get your answers, but outside of the Podclass, you can actually represent the people to be inspired by you. I am grabbing Black Lights. Okay, I got her. Awesome. I'm gonna put her on the screen. I gotcha. And here is Black Lights, known as Kaibet, my snake from the Philippines. She is gorgeous. She reflects light. You see her skin reflecting light? She represents black light because that's what we should all be. We should all be beings that reflect each other, reflect light. Look at that reflection. Look at that. Does that look interesting? And it's different colors too on my end. It's different colors. So she is the light reflector called Black Light. She's all the way from the Philippines. Look in the screen there. There you are. You see the colors changing there. Boom. She is absolutely magnificent. All right, I'm going to put you back. Black Light, go over there. All right. And shout out to everybody who is in the room. Shout out to those who are watching. They are some people can't be in the room in the chat, and you're watching, driving your cars. Shout out to all of you who are doing that. Much respect. You are all fabulous. We're going to end the Tehuti Podclass. Kamit says, once again, it was truly an eye-opening Ma'at class. Blessings times 72 for everyone. We have Uzi Minem, Uz Minem says thank you. We have E Manifesto says Black Light is awesome. We have Rigo saying wow. We have Heka Kepara saying peace to the Podclass. Look at everybody's giving their goodbyes in peace because we know we have a whole nother week before we do it again. We got First Eye. We got Kamit saying First Eye. People saying thank you. Radiant Black. Yeah, she is incredible. E Manifesto putting up the snake. Also, E Manifesto, I think you wanted to send me that question for next week. I think you said somebody was saying that they were interpreting some glyphs as helicopters and something like that. I got a glimpse of it in the chat, but go ahead and send me that, and I'll go over that next week if that's a question you want to know about. I missed it. Shout out to so go ahead and send that so I can see that. Darius McNair says another legendary Podclass. Peace to everyone who just witnessed the greatness. Nathaniel Turner is putting up peace signs and some other signs. I don't know what they are. Shout out to everybody. You are all awesome. Did any of the ladies survive? Any of the ladies survive to the end with the brothers? Any ladies? Are you here? Is Africa here? Is Jody here? Who else is here? Is Ashley Too Crafty? Anybody? The ladies? I think they all fell asleep. Rest well, ladies. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. To the Tehuti Podclass. You all were awesome. Wipe my hands here. You all were brilliant. Your questions were fabulous. I appreciated them all. Charlotte says, peace. She just shed her skin, so she's about the size of my hand now. She says, peace. Kamit says, they cannot hang. They cannot hang. Yeah, I think even my moderators are gone. I don't know. One love, brothers. One love to the sisters that hung in there as long as they could. You all are great. You all are wonderful. And peace and love to everyone. Another Tehuti Podclass. 1 second here. See this? Interesting. Interesting effects this lighting has. Shout out to everybody. Another interesting, awesome, wonderful Tehuti Podclass. I bid you all a farewell. I will see you all next week. Look out for the update on an interview that I may be doing. I should be doing on Monday with St. Lucia, with a brother out of St. Lucia. Peace and love, everybody. You all are excellent. Could not have done this Podclass without you, even though I'm the teacher. The teacher is not. Whoa! What's all that? The teacher is not the teacher without the students. Again, the teacher is not the teacher without the students. Without the student, I'm just a man on a lonely island with a whole bunch of knowledge. You all are what makes me relevant by asking the questions to continuously having me teach. Okay, the Tehuti Podclass is for you and it's for me. I appreciate all of you. You are awesome. Stranger says, keep us posted, Saba. Absolutely. All right, brothers and sisters and brothers, children and adults, peace and love. Hetapu, Anki Ma'at.